exits. It's the heartbeat of the now and the then, where the story starts and never ends. Tune in, lean and feel the groove. Every moment, a vibe you can't lose. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon Lee's got the soul to show you. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire.
Well, hello to you, and you. Welcome into another edition of Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. We are live on tour for the second to last time of the year. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, everybody. Yes, indeed. So, the year's almost over. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. I tried to look for like 7 destinations. I'm like, you know what? I ain't really seeing nothing. But I saw these 2 destinations. I'm like, we can at least talk about 2, right? I feel like on the second to last day of the year, we can chillax a little bit, right? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, with that being said, higher is waiting. Lower is available. But either way, we gotta go on tour. Yes, indeed, we do. Let me take down this iconic intro. If you see that virtual tour background, yes, you do. You hear that virtual tour music, yes, you do. And then there is me. Hey, everybody, welcome in. Glad to have all of you here in the building with me. It is 20 degrees right now where I'm at. So, by the way, if you are in Times Square, Ryan Seacrest should be doing a rehearsal tonight. So, I know that people are already gathering for tomorrow night in Times Square, but Ryan Seacrest does a rehearsal the night before New Year's Eve. I saw an article apparently that there's going to be a second ball drop in July, right? So as soon as the ball drops, it's going to be red, white, and blue for America turning 250 years old. So there will be a second ball drop. It said in the newspaper that I read it was supposed to be like at 12:04 a.m., but we'll see if there's a second ball drop or not. But either way, there will be another ball drop in the middle of the year. So let's talk about Tyler Perry, Stefon Diggs, child. So here is this here, right? Okay, for me, it's takeout.com. Text messages show Tyler Perry's latest accuser asked for money before filing lawsuit. New details have surfaced in the legal dispute involving Tyler Perry and his sexual marriage accuser, Mario Rodriguez. According to alleged text messages obtained by TMZ, Rodriguez appeared to reach out to Perry for financial help weeks before filing his lawsuit. Several of the messages were reportedly sent on August 31st. It began with Rodriguez explaining that he had not been feeling well and was dealing with dental issues. In the text messages, Rodriguez allegedly acknowledged that he had previously promised not to ask Perry for anything. Then he claimed he did not have health insurance and expressed fear about possible infection, referencing concerns about sepsis and saying he did not want to die like my father. Now, like I said, usually when it comes to, actors and actresses, they usually can buy their own private insurance. But then again, if you are a actor or actress in SAG, let me look that up real quick. SAG health insurance. Okay, I just wanted to make sure here. So yes, do SAG actors get health insurance right here? The SAG Astra Health Plan, the SAG Producers Pension Plan provide health and retirement benefits to eligible participants and their dependents. So I don't know if he's a SAG actor or not, but that is available to him. But then again, we only know what we know. Let's keep going. From the neighborhood talk, shout to the neighborhood talk. Whoop. Alleged text messages show that Tyler Perry's sexual assault accuser was asking money before filing his lawsuit. This is to Mario Rodriguez, brother. I haven't been feeling okay. I I haven't been feeling okay, confused rather, and a little nauseous. I got my blood work. Um, thinks it's my teeth. I know it's none of your business. I don't care what I do. I don't care what I do. I know I promise you I would never ask you for anything. But if it is what it is, I don't think I could do on my own because I barely pay my bills, scared as fuck. Don't want to get sepsis like my dad passed away. I don't even want to mention it because I don't want to make it real. Feel sick most days. Never told anybody this, but my mom. Everybody started to know it's my broke ass. Don't have any insurance. I never lied to you, but I think that's what's wrong. My dentist is supposed to care of it in Beverly Hills, but he's in prison for fraud. What? What the? So the person you're going to, right, is in prison for fraud, and you're reaching out to Tyler Perry. And this was weeks before the lawsuit was filed. Okay. I have always been healthy, but lately I've been waking up confused and ditzy and a bunch of stuff. I just can't go to the doctor because I can't even afford. I don't want anything. I just want to be okay. Scared, brother. So all these messages, right, in the gray are Mario Rodriguez, right? So then, as we can see here, August of 2025. Right here, just know, laughing emoji there, just know that I love you. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you to the moon. You got my Mexican ass out live bad places. I just want to tell you thank you. I can't buy you anything, but I just want to tell you that your boy right here appreciate you more than anything. As you can see, TMZ here, as you can see there. So TMZ got the text messages originally and then it was reposted. Of course, the neighborhood talk. Straight from my heart, bro. Nothing I wouldn't do for you, man. Anyways, enjoy your time. I hope I see you again soon. And then happy Thanksgiving, my friend. Yep, you've been through it. I'm glad you're doing well. You don't have to give me anything or pay me anything. I'm just glad you're good. I'm still going through it, but you know me, man. I'm a survivor just like you are. I'm glad that you're my friend. I love you, bro. Respectfully. So I'm guessing the heart emoji here is from Mario Rodriguez. And then, of course, here, we heard about this, I think this past week or last week. And this is the guy right here. Now, this guy here, he was in Love Thy Neighbor. This guy, I think, is FouseyTube, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah. He reportedly told Perry that he was scared and wanted reassurance that his condition was not serious. Additional text messages from earlier in 2024 allegedly show a much friendlier tone with Rodriguez, flanking Perry, expressing affection and appreciation for him. The messages surfaced days after Rodriguez filed a lawsuit accusing Perry of sexual assault, sexual battery. In the filing, Rodriguez claimed that Perry made unwanted sexual advances and alleges that the filmmaker grabbed his cream stick during one encounter. Perry has strongly denied the accusations. His attorney, Alex Shapiro, Tyler Perry's attorney, Alex Shapiro, rather, dismissed the lawsuit in a statement to TMZ, calling it nothing but a $77 million money grab scam. So there is that. Child, listen. He was an extra. Virgo Vision nominee. Do you know something, child? And welcome, man. I think this is your first time here. Do you know something? Because if you do, let us know. Like, listen, everything is alleged on this channel, okay? Listen, everything. Although we do our research very thoroughly over here because we do not want to be a toss-away or Malacco scam, okay? Or a nosy person that it fell into her own hole. Hang on here. I'm gonna click your name so I can go to your channel here. Okay. But yeah, Dominic, if you know anything, I watched the movie. He didn't have any lines. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, he was an extra in that. And welcome in. Glad to have you here. So we have tools. where we can click names and stuff. But I see that I'm subscribed to you to support you, so I think you've been here through. I think you've been here before, but welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. But yeah, like I said, Boom Medea Halloween. Hey Justine. Okay, got you, gorgeous, got you. Hey Justine, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. You've been on here before under Dominique. Understood. Well, welcome back, and glad to have you here. Like I said, it's very interesting, right? And I know that whenever a victim comes out, especially with the Me Too movement that happened, right? And that movement needed to happen, just like, with what P. Diddy went through, that he put himself through, and R. Kelly, and, Charlie Rose, and Matt Lauer, and Harvey Weinstein. We didn't really see a lot of women go through the Me Too movement. And what I mean by that, y'all, it's not women who went through the Me Too movement in terms of giving their testimony, but we're talking about women that have been on trial, right? So we have not seen that. You know what I mean? Not to say that women are not perpetrators, because they are, but usually it's more men than women. I will say this. I think two things can be true, right? I think it could be true that he needed the money, but also too, he felt disrespected. Now, everybody else is going to be like, well, if you felt disrespected, then why would you ever consider like reaching out to him for money? I think that's a very, very, very valid question. With that valid question, that doesn't mean that if behavior has changed, that you could feel comfortable to reach out to them. So that's my take on it. Of course, we have to just wait and see if there's any more intel. Of course, the documents are not out as of yet. My man, Document Tings, who also has a YouTube channel, by the way, just put out an album too. So shout out to Document Tings. He's on Twitter. I think the last thing he said, let me go to Twitter here. Let me go to the tab. Let me go to the tab. Because I think he said when the documents are out that he will drop them. But let me make sure there's no update. Yep. He documenting said Tyler Perry sued again for alleged sexual assault. I'll post the documents once they're available. So he tweeted that on December 26th. So there is that there. So anything that y'all need to know, I will know it, and then I will relay that to you all. In the meantime, between time, Mario Rodriguez responds to leaked Tyler Perry text survivors off to stay cordial. Mario Rodriguez is speaking out after alleged text messages exchanged between him and Tyler Perry leaked online. In a statement obtained by PeopleMagazine.com, Rodriguez addressed public reaction to the messages. I briefly want to respond to what's being said about me right now. He said, people are pointing messages where I was polite, grateful, or vulnerable, and trying to use that to discredit me. Rodriguez filed a lawsuit against Perry on Christmas Day, alleging sexual assault and sexual battery. When someone has influence over your career, your income, your future, you don't feel free. He said survivors often stay cordial. They often ask for help when they feel desperate. I will say this, right? I do believe, right, that survivors, they stay cordial of, don't rock the boat, don't, change the middle, you know what I mean? And they don't, cause any friction with emotion, right? But in the same token, most survivors, from what I've read, they usually are to themselves, of themselves, and by themselves. So unless I am wrong on that, and there's any survivors in the bushes, any survivors in the live chat that I'm off about that, please let me know, because here's the thing. Whenever it comes to going on tour with you all and finding these destinations, the first time I read a story to see what it's all about, right? Second time I read to see what I relate to. The third time I read the third time I read it is to see what you guys can relate to. And then whichever one is stronger, then I use that as my train of thought, right? But usually I'll think about, like I said, myself, you guys, or I'll ask family and friends. If not, I really will do my thorough research and just come out with the best commentary at that time. But that doesn't mean I'm always right. Like I said, I believe I'm probably 8 out of 10 times right in my commentary with the destinations. I say 8 out of 10 because I remember something that Stephen A. Smith said. He said he's never lost a debate. It's like, yes, you have. But then I had to think about he's never lost a debate in terms of preparing for the debate. So that's why I always say I never lost a tour, because I've always done research for my tour. But I don't really know if survivors really ask for help when they feel desperate, because usually that trauma is too triggering for you to ever ask for help. But that's just me. I could be completely wrong. He added that does not mean abuse didn't happen. Continued financial support and access are not inconsistent with abuse. They're often part of the power dynamics that follow it. Rodriguez, a model who previously appeared in a small role in Boo and Medea's Halloween, is seeking $77 million in damages. Perry's attorney, Alex Shapiro, has denied the allegations, previously calling the lawsuit nothing but $77 million money grab scam. Leaked text messages appear to show Rodriguez referring to Perry as friend in late 2024 and discussing his health and financial struggles. In one message, Rodriguez allegedly wrote, "Just know that I love you. I thank you for everything. I appreciate you to the moon." And another, he added, "I can't buy you anything, but just know, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you." So that is the latest on that. Hey, Nikki News, good to see you, my friend. Can you believe, like, this is the second to last day of the year? Like, and this is the thing, I could not find a lot of destinations for y'all, but I saw Tyler Perry and everybody talking about the text messages. I know about Giselle, this, that, and the third. But y'all, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I watch Bravo for y'all. I really, really do. That's it, right? And I'm gonna tell you, if I could like have Brayley's virtual tour awards, right, and I could give the award for the most patient subscriber, is this one, because I still haven't gotten an answer on Beyond the Gates, right? And I want to do Beyond the Gates. I really, really do. But I know a lot has happened. Okay, I know that, Grace has been kidnapped. I know that, Leslie's mom was a part of the group that, Miss Tooney was a part of. I know there's a lot that went down. Okay, I know there's a lot that went down. But I also, too, don't want to feel inauthentic to the community. And Beyond the Gates is a community, okay? So I didn't want to be inauthentic and jump right back in when somebody who's been following it since I dropped, I'll be like, "What you doing covering it, damn it? You ain't covering this, that, the third." I love you so much. I really, really do. And this is the thing about me and Nikki News, right? You know what she said. She says she's given up on Beyond the Gates, but she hasn't given up on me. I'm going to say it 2 more times. She's given up on Beyond the Gates, but she hasn't given up on me. She's given up on Beyond the Gates, but she hasn't given up on me. And I'm going to tell you this right now. With everything that I have went through on YouTube, and really, if I might add, all of it really unnecessary. But in the same token, it was necessary because I got to see who really was for me and who really wasn't for me. But we're almost getting to that big goal. You see the total view count, okay? We're on our way there. But the blessing of all that was I did, thank you, very unnecessary. Because let's be real, before anybody was on a panel for Saturday mornings, I was the only male on every panel. Let's get that straight. That's not to negate any other males jumping on panels and stuff. Okay? But this one was in the trenches. Every time. Every time. I mean, every motherfucking time. So far be it from me to feel a way of, okay, cool. You are now the only male on the panel after the storm is gone. Okay. 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 And there's nothing wrong with men on panels. But what I'm saying is, it's quite interesting to me, right? That subscribers and panelists feel like they have the energy to hold their own like the rest of us do and feel like that should be recognized. Let's pull up your resume. Let's pull up mine. That's all I'm saying. No disrespect at all. You know, I mean, I've been holding it down over here, but the blessing of what is getting ready to happen for 2026, and I'm really am excited for 2026, like Nikki New said, is all the views leading up to this big goal has been because of other content. Y'all remember my 5 statements? Y'all remember when I said my 6th statement, this was going to prove who's a real content creator, who ain't a real content creator? Y'all remember when I told y'all that shit? Some of y'all were confused on like, why does Prayla keep saying that? And see, here's the thing, right? There's nothing wrong with covering what you cover. Nothing wrong with it at all. But you also want to make sure that your legacy is not a singular legacy. Because see, here, we could talk about entrepreneurship. We could talk about true crime. We could talk about law. We can talk about pop culture. We can talk about entertainment. We can do show reviews. We can do interviews. We can talk about technology. We can talk about opportunities. We can handle cultural experiences. Because that's what we do, right? And I'm saying this to you all to let you know, if you're going to move to the higher that's waiting for you, you have to be about it fully. You can't do a 5th quarter or a half of it. You can't. There's no way in hell I could have gotten to where I'm at right now if I just half-stepped or 5th stepped or quarter stepped, right? And like Nikki New said, she's given up on Beyond the Gates, but she hasn't given up on me. And honestly, to tell you the truth, let me tell you something. I truly believe that there. My mom has always said this as a saying. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Just because I'm not reviewing Beyond the Gates doesn't mean that if there's not any good news about the show, that I will not promote it. Because and we're taking a little mental break here because I want to speak to y'all one-on-one. I mean, we'll recap the tour, the 2025 tour that was. You know what I mean? And during that time, that was a really rough time mentally because the very unnecessary energy that I was given on YouTube, even though I did nothing wrong to nobody, not here, there, or anywhere, right? I was reviewing Beyond the Gates. And you know what it gave me the energy of? You good. It's rough right now. Storm is around you. But God said, hold up. I'm in control of this. Go the fuck to sleep. And let me tell you something. I did 40-something episodes of that. And I believe that was a period in time to show me, hey, you not done. You know, your torch might have been put out, but this is your exile island, redemption island, isolation island right now. To use some terms from Survivor, they don't use isolation island, but I'm saying isolation island because sometimes in life, if you're making too many connections, you forget your own frequency of who you are. So I was pissed off, upset, and everything else because I'm just like, I know the good to fuck damn well. Y'all are not listening to somebody who wasn't in the trenches with y'all, but you're turning to get somebody who's been in the trenches with y'all. That was my real frustration. But then I recognized, you know what? God didn't stop with one area, arena, highway, whatever the hell, avenue, whatever you want to say. He didn't stop with one way for you to make it. God is God. Alpha, Omega, the beginning and Jehovah Jireh, my provider, the Prince of Peace. And so what I would like to say is, isn't it a blessing that within this year, we have covered trials, we got to cover a black soap opera and support in the beginning, and we've been able to showcase so much black excellence that regardless of what we do, as long as we are good over here, I can be at peace with that. That's a blessing because not everybody can say that. And the real test of somebody is not so much the quantity of what you do, but it's the quality of what you give. Because if any one of the cast of Beyond the Gates came on and said, hey, before we get started, I just want to let your audience know you're the shit. I watched your tours, and yes, I watched your Beyond the Gates reviews, and you should have kept doing them, but you also are the shit in everything else you do. That's how you know you got quality. So do not let one thing determine everything about you when you determine everything about you. So I don't know who needed that message today, but listen. Okay? I hear you. I see you. I feel the love and send it right back to you. All right? Let's keep going because, child, that's not all that happened today. Woo, child, that's not all that happened today. So here is this here from Media Takeout once again. Here we go. Now popped off today. Okay. Now his brother Stefon Diggs, I think, got fired today, if I'm not mistaken. But Cardi B's boyfriend Stefon Diggs strangled woman and paid off victim. NFL started Stefon Diggs is facing serious legal trouble just weeks before the playoffs, and the timing could not be worse. According to court documents, Diggs has been charged with felony strangulation or suffocation, along with misdemeanor assault and battery stemming from an alleged incident that took place on Tuesday, December 2nd. The incident reportedly occurred just one day after the Monday Night Football matchup in which the New England Patriots dominated the New York Giants. The case is now moving through the Massachusetts court system. Attorney tries to seal police report. On Tuesday, Diggs' attorney Michael Stefano made a remote appearance in Dedham District Court where he requested that the police report be impounded. Stefano argued that the details of the alleged incident should remain sealed and should not be made public. The judge said she would take the request under advisement and issue a ruling shortly. But that was not the most eye-opening moment of the hearing. Settlement offer revealed in court. During the court appearance, Diggs' attorney disclosed that the NFL wide receiver has already made a financial offer to the alleged victim in an attempt to resolve the dispute. As we speak, they are working to come to an agreement on that. Stefano told the court that admission immediately raised eyebrows, especially given the severity of the charges. Arraignment set days before AFC Championship. Diggs is scheduled to formally be arraigned on Friday, January 23rd, just 2 days before the AFC Championship game. So for those of you who don't know, AFC, NFC, there's two different divisions, and the winner of the AFC and NFC, they go off and it's the Super Bowl, right? is set to be played. The timing put both Diggs and the Patriots organization in an uncomfortable spotlight during one of the most critical stretches of the NFL season. New England recently clinched its first AFC East division title since 2019 and remains in contention for a first-round playoff win, rather. That will require a Week 18 win over the Miami Dolphins and a loss by the Denver Broncos, rather. Stefon Diggs facing criminal charges after alleged dispute with private chef. New England's Patriots wide receiver Stefon Diggs is facing serious legal trouble after prosecutors charged him in connection with alleged altercation involving a private chef at his Massachusetts home. According to court records, Diggs has been charged with felony strangulation or suffocation, as well as misdemeanor assault and battery, following an incident that allegedly took place on December 2nd at his home in Dedham. Allegations stem from dispute over pay. According to the criminal complaint, the alleged victim was working as a private chef for Diggs when a dispute arose over money that she believed she was still owed. Court documents stated that the disagreement began with text exchange regarding pay. The chef told police that Diggs later entered her bedroom where the argument escalated. She alleges that Diggs struck her across the face. Oh my. And attempted to choke her using the crook of his elbow. Okay, wait a minute. The crook of his elbow. I need to know where that's at, because, like, is this the crook right here? This part right here? Is that the crook? We're gonna find out right now. Chat. That is just the inner bend. Okay, so this is the crook of the elbow right here. That's the crook right there. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. The alleged victim did not immediately report the incident. Police said she came forward on December, not September, child. Listen. December 16th, my bad for that, y'all. December 16th, initially expressed hesitation about pressing charges due to Diggs' fame. She also told authorities that she believed she was still owed money for her work at the time of the alleged incident. Diggs denies all allegations. Diggs is scheduled to be arraigned on January 23rd, just days before the AFC Championship game. His attorney has indicated that Diggs denies the accusations. The New England Patriots released a statement addressing the situation and confirming the player's position. The New England Patriots are aware of the accusations that have been made regarding Stefon Diggs. The team says Stefon has informed the organization that he categorically denies the allegations but supports Stefon. We continue to gather information and will cooperate fully with the appropriate authorities and the NFL as necessary. The team added it will not comment further due to the ongoing legal process. The case is still developing. At this stage, no trial has taken place, and the allegations have not been proven in court. Diggs remains active with the Patriots as the legal process unfolds. It remains unclear whether the NFL will take any disciplinary action pending the outcome of the case. As always, all defendants are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. The takeout will continue to follow this development story and provide updates as more information becomes available. Well, yeah, I know. So what do I have to say about the story? You know, we had Michael Vick and the Dogs. We had Ray Rice and DV. We had Antonio Brown and all of his antics. And all those men got consequences, right? And the only way that we will ever know about this is if there is in-house footage. You know, depending on your level of fame, you know, everyday people have cameras inside their house, especially if they're working remote. You know what I mean? They have a home with they have a primary home for their, you know, bills and everything else. And then there are some people that they can have a business PO box where, you know, it's not their actual address. But with that being said, usually depending on the level that you are, whether you're just an everyday person just trying to make $1.15, or you're able to make millions of dollars out of millions of cents, you have a security system. So unless camera footage comes out, I think that would be the nail in the coffin. First of all, on top of all that, I don't think it should take anybody to slap somebody across the face and be in the crook of the elbow, right here, the crook of somebody's elbow, over a pay dispute. First of all, text messages can be altered. That's one. Number two, I don't care how friendly you are with your staff. There should be a house manager, right? That is and like I said, this is just my opinion, y'all. So please give me love, grace, and space here. But there should be a house manager that should be the intermediary between the employer and the employee. And what should have happened was, on an off day, the house manager and that private chef should have came together and said, okay, so what is your dispute? Okay, here are the messages, go Stephen, and then work out that way, right? But then again, that's just my opinion, okay? So, but either way, it should not have gotten to that point. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do think a house manager would be a good idea. And by the way, that's not to say that you should not be involved with your staff. Like, for who I am, right? When Brainley's virtual tour makes it, when I make it in media, I'm going to be the same Braylon. Like, hey, how's it going? How are the kids this out there? Because I'm just a genuine kind person. But for every level that you are at, it requires a different access. So like how, Nikki News said what she said to me about this here. Nikki News can say that to me because she's been here for Beyond the Gates, right? But she's also been here for everything else. So like I said before, she's given up on Beyond the Gates, but she hasn't given up on me because she's seen the totality of me. She also knows that if there's anything about this show that is good, or if it's a trying situation, that I'm going to give it the love, grace, and space that it deserves because she knows my character, right? And in the same token, the access that Nikki News will have will be different than what a fan will have, right? So if Nikki News is able to come up to Brainley's mansion when she wants to with her husband and her kids, that's because she saw me when I had nothing, right? But with somebody else, yeah, there's layers to me because I'm at a different level, if that makes sense, right? So I do think that house manager would be a good idea. I think that would have been a good idea for this. Hopefully the chef is okay. And like I said, I think at this point, whatever money she's owed, just pay her. Like, life is way too short for somebody. Listen, do you hear me? Okay, listen. For sure. And I think Nikki News also knows this too. Even though I will have a house manager, if there is anything that's uncomfortable personally, they not only will they have the house manager, but also too, I think Nikki News knows this, they can also come to me with any issue. Right? I'm not going to be so busy where if there is a situation where somebody's kid is sick, like, hey, listen, do we have anybody else that can fill that shift? Otherwise, listen, it's your kid, go ahead. I'm not going to be that focused on myself that I don't recognize the people around me that are helping my world be stable, right? But also too, that is just from home training, right? But that's my take on this. Now, there's more to this. Now, this is all alleged, okay? So right here, Cardi B contacts Stefon Diggs, DV victim, is no big deal. Now, I'm saying that this is alleged because with everything that Cardi B has been through with, gaslighting and this, that, and third, I really don't think Cardi B would call a DV victim and say it's no big deal. I really don't think that, but this is what's coming out for media takeout. So here we go. Stefon Diggs charged in alleged assault case. Cardi B's name unexpectedly surfaces. New England's Patriots wide receiver Stefon Diggs is now facing serious legal trouble after being formally charged in connection with an alleged assault involving a female private chef. And in a surprising twist, rather, Cardi B has been mentioned in court documents tied to the aftermath of the incident. According to criminal filings, Diggs has been charged with felony strangulation or suffocation, along with misdemeanor assault and battery. The alleged incident reportedly occurred on December 2nd at Diggs' home in Damon, Massachusetts. What the complaint alleges, the court records state that the woman was working as a private chef for Diggs and that a dispute arose over money she believed she was owed. After a series of text messages about payment, the complaint alleges Diggs entered her bedroom and an argument followed. The woman told police that she was struck in the face and Diggs attempted to choke her using the crook of his elbow. The alleged victim did not immediately report the incident and initially did not want to press charges, citing fear due to Diggs' fame and influence. She eventually came forward on December 16th. Attempted resolution after police were contacted, rather. According to the same filings, after law enforcement became involved, the woman reported receiving a voicemail and text messages from a female she believed now to be Diggs' girlfriend. Based on those messages, she believed Diggs knew the police had been contacted. The messages allegedly downplay the situation, saying something to the effect of, "You don't need to do all this, and it's not a big deal." Now, we don't know that for sure. Okay, we don't know if Cardi B has done that because the only phone I got is my phone. I don't know shit. The only shit I know is the shit that I'm reporting on right here. Okay, now this is all alleged for entertainment purposes only, this, that, and the third. Well, the documents do not formally accuse Cardi B of wrongdoing. Her name has surfaced because of speculation surrounding who may have reached out to the alleged victim on Diggs' behalf. At this time, there's no indication that Cardi B is facing any legal exposure in the case. Diggs and Patriots respond. Diggs is scheduled to be arraigned on January 23rd. Through the organization, he has strongly denied the allegations. In a statement, the Patriots said the New England Patriots are aware of the accusations that have been made regarding Stefon Diggs. Stefon has informed the organization that he categorically denies the allegations. We support Stefon. We will continue to gather information and will cooperate fully with the appropriate authorities in the NFL as necessary. The team added that it would have no further comment while the legal process is ongoing. What happens next? As of now, the case remains in its early stages. No trial date has been set, and all allegations remain unproven. Diggs continues to play for New England while the matter works its way through the court system. Still, the combination of criminal charges and alleged dispute over money, the unexpected mention of Cardi B has turned this case into one of the most talked about off-the-field stories in the NFL right now. As always, Media Tech will continue to follow the situation and report updates as more verified information becomes available. So, that is what's going on the second to last day of the year. Like I said, with Tyler Perry and these text messages, we got to need to see what the court documents say. You know what I mean? And by the way, to any subscribers, I'm not saying my subscribers in general, but there's subscribers that feel like they're big shit when really they're not really shit in real life. I want to bring up something real quick, because for people say that they get tired of people reading court documents and this, that, and the third. I just want to bring something up. This actually happened last night. Okay, right here. Let me do this. Because I think some people like being stupid to hear their own selves talk. And
I love you. We never stop praying for you. I know you in there charming whoever crosses your path.
Reading right here, motion to reinstate jury verdict. So this is Pam Esquire reading a court document. Okay.
Emojis. I love you. We never stop praying for you. Tori said, LMAOOOOO. I charm who I would like to charm.
So this is Pam Esquire reading a court document. So could every subscriber just shut the fuck up on this shit? Please and thank you, because I sincerely, like if there's a content creator that you don't like them reading court documents, cool. But like until you can do what they do, then shut the fuck up talking. I'm not talking to Nikki News. I'm not talking about in my chat, in my bushes, or on the replay. I'm talking to rabid, deranged, and delusional subscribers that they think they got the gumption to be somebody. Okay, because I'm just like, really? We're upset about people reading court documents. There was a whole case with PD. Did you have the energy to hate on what PD did? Because if you didn't have that energy, you can't talk about shit when it comes to other people in court documents. I don't want to hear it. Okay? So, listen, just because I don't say everything doesn't mean I don't see everything. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that bullet ain't for you. Don't pick it up, child. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. So, I'm here with y'all. Like I said, as long as y'all need me to be. By the way, we did something new. It was called Brainley's Virtual Tour Jumper Crawl. So basically what we did was we went to Earth Cam and we pulled up different locations around the world. We saw Bourbon Street. We saw Times Square. We saw some elephants live from Bali. It was a fun time. I'm going to do more of those. I'm definitely going to do more Brainley's Virtual Tour house tours in the new year as well, because I know Nikki News loves those. If you've never seen Brainley's Virtual Tour house tour, it's basically Brainley's Virtual Tour, but it's the black version of House Hunters on HGTV. And my commentary is blunt, just like on the regular show, you know. And I don't see the Homes Before show. So basically, whatever we do on Brainley's Virtual Tour house tour is you guys give me the destination. I type it in on Zillow. Normally we go to Zillow, but sometimes we do Redfin, we do Remax, and like I said, you never know what's gonna come out my mouth. Some homes we've seen, they've been lovely. Other homes, not so much. But with the Brainley's Virtual Tour Jumper Crawl, I think it was Divine Virtuous Woman Zero who asked me if we could travel to different places, you know, like go to Italy and, you know, watch Italy videos, talk about the culture, everything else, like we're actually going on tour. And then I think Erica70 also asked for that. I'm just like, how can we do this? Because the thing with creating content is it's a lot of work, right? And that's not to say I can't do that. But I think also, too, the energy of Brainley's Virtual Tour is we're game for anything. And so I'm like, you know, shout out to my mom because she found this stream from, I think it was Fox 10 in Phoenix, and they would just have different cities. I'm like, I wonder if we can do that. And if you're wondering where Jumper Crawl came from, there was a movie called Jumper where you can jump anywhere in the world. And so I'm like, well, what if we just did a Jumper Crawl where we just typed in a destination and just jump to that webcam live, and we just people watch and talk and this, that, and the third. I always want to do formats where not only do I feel like I want to do them, but I feel like there's a pathway for us to really enjoy the content together. Most content creators are going to do what they want to do for them, but I do believe that you should always have your audience in the front of your mind. I think that's why we've been able to do so well over here. We'll continue to do well as we get to our big goal, which I believe is going to happen probably within the first couple of weeks of January. I believe we'll get there. It may take the whole month of January, but in 2026 we will be at that big goal. And believe me, there's going to be a huge party. Okay, believe you me. But with Brainley's Virtual Tour Live, Brainley's Virtual Tour House Tour, Brainley's Jumper Crawl, anything that I do that's a brand extension, I always want to make sure that you guys enjoy it as much as I do, because if you guys ain't enjoying it, there ain't no point in me doing it. You know what I mean? And it's funny because with Brainley's Virtual Tour, when I first started the brand, right, one of the things that were on the description box was Brainley's Virtual Tour Cruise Control, where we're just on cruise control with one thing, right? And what ended up happening was Brainley's Virtual Tour Live became the big kahuna. And when I recognized that, I'm like, okay, we can let go of cruise control, because Brainley's Virtual Tour Live, we can plug in anything, right? We plugged in well, that was a show. That was a show extension of Three with the T, right? So Three with the T, Check It with the King, with oh my God, with Diego, that was fun. So those two shows I really did like doing. But when it comes to doing an interview, we can do that through Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. When it comes to reviewing a TV show or a movie, we can do that for Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. When it comes to the regular show, we can do that through Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. So Brainley's Virtual Tour Live is a great conduit for all of our content because we can do anything because it's about going on tour live in real time about what you guys are traveling to virtually. And the house tour, it really started off as like, okay, we need to expand. But also too, I really do love the house tours because y'all get to see a different side of me. And then, the jumper crawl is basically bringing travel to all of us live. You know what I mean? And I will say, like, if you really pay attention to this channel, you really do get to know the real me. I mean, of course, there is amplification or a Braylon-ification that's amplification and Braylon put together. So it is a personality here, right? I have to give you some oomph, right, for you to stay tuned in. But it really is the real me, right? And Nikki News was with us, I think the weekend before last with Ready to Love. And, I said to the audience, like, if y'all really want to know my take on relationships, watch the Ready to Love reviews. Because I actually do drop a lot of knowledge. But also, you get to see a whole different side to me. And I do me a whole different side of me. Like, you get to see me. Not that I don't shade on my after show reviews, but with Ready to Love, it really is about Black love. So I give my own commentary on what I think relationships should be about. But also, too, I give the perspective of, okay, let's go beyond the show and let's really get real here. And that's the thing that I really do love about our channel is that you get to see a little bit of everything at Braylon. You get to see him angry, you get to see him upset, you get to see him disgusted, you get to see him happy, you get to see him shady, you get to see him laughing, you get to see him happy, you get to see him melancholy and choked up and everything else. And I'm very proud of the fact that as a Black man that I have been able to be human on my own channel. And I don't think that really gets discussed enough on social media because we're not supposed to be strong and be this, that, and third. But to see a man be able to go from covering the whole trial to being able to talk about deep subjects like we just talked about here, but then jump to pop culture and entertainment and then talk about entrepreneurship and give away opportunities and then be able to interview people and you're on the same channel. Like the channel hasn't changed. If anything, I will say this, right? This was the very first background right here on the highways and byways of the possibilities of what could be. Y'all remember this one. This was the first one. And then, of course, we needed to jazz it up a little bit, being live from Vegas. And then, of course, we needed some more fireworks. And, of course, we did that with Disney, of course. But then I'm just like, you know what? We really are about our business, so we need a studio that reflects it. So, like I said, the package may change, but the soul of who we are, that ain't gonna never change, right? And I will venture to say, I believe I cover a lot more of Black culture than anybody in this broken sector, this former broken sector of Love and Marriage Huntsville. And I really do believe I cover a lot more Black culture than most Black YouTubers. Now, that's not to say that the other Black YouTubers do not cover Black culture, right? But we are a very media foundational channel over here. Like we talked about the NBC Universal spinning off the cable networks, right? And that was a big story. I'm surprised not a lot of people talked about it because Bravo could have been a part versus it, right? We also talked about the Warner Bros. Discovery, split. And we covered the Netflix purchase of Warner Brothers. So we cover really big stories over here that you won't hear about. I can't tell you how many stories we've done on children. I can't. It's countless. I can't tell you the amount of times we talked about very heavy, subjects about DV and mental health and everything in between. But women's rights, oh my lord, I've been so informed by all the destinations we went to. So we'll get into that a little bit more. But I wanted to just say that with this channel, I am very proud of the evolution of our channel, because in the beginning, it wasn't like what you're seeing now, the nighttime background, everything. It really was, hey, I'm Braylon, you, nice to meet you. I got something to talk about, you got something to hear, and let's go off and see what can be. And to go from that to where we are now, I'm very humbled, very, very humbled. You know what I mean? So, but we'll get more into that tomorrow night on New Year's Eve. Which, by the way, I believe I'm probably going to start broadcasting live around 8:00. So have your food, have your drinks, have your champagne. I'm probably going to have to buy me a bottle of champagne tomorrow, and then probably we'll see what I can do for food as well. But yeah, we're going to have a New Year's Eve party tomorrow. We always do one. Now, I did learn my lesson. I can't play Dick Clark. You know what I mean? Not that I can't play him, but I have to, be sparingly with that, because I really was pissed off with YouTube last year, but I've learned my lesson, right? So, but we will have a good time. I think that'll start at 8/7 Central. So we'll be live on YouTube all the way up to midnight. So we'll talk about all the destinations that we've traveled to, some of the big moments of of the tour that was 2025, and also too, if you want to come up and give your thoughts on any of the tours that I've done, my takes, any memory of me that you remember throughout the year, we're gonna have a good time. So, with that being said, we're going to take a little bit of a commercial break here. We're going to play our anthem, and we will be back right after this. We are live on tour. Like, comment, share, subscribe. We're back right after this. Roll it.
Lights go low, the city goes high. Stories untold under moonlit skies. Braylon got the vibe, got the flow for the culture. Yeah, you already know. Turn it up, lean back, feel the breeze. Late night truths drifting through the trees. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire. Headlines flip with a soulful twist. Behind the scenes where the magic sits. It's the heartbeat of the now and the then, where the story starts and never ends. Tune in, lean and feel the groove. Every moment, a vibe you can't lose. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire. Hear the whispers in the city's hum. Echoes of stories where we're from. A beat, a step, a voice so clear. The pulse of us, it's all right here. We got soul, we got flavor. Every moment is a savior. Every experience is an overcomer. Turn it up, feel the glow, let the rhythm flow. Spotlight shining, we in the zone. This is the place where the culture's grown. Stories untold, now they're coming alive. Braylon Lee got the vibe tonight. One thing to know and two things for sure. Higher is waiting and lower is available. But either way, we gotta go on tour. It's Braylon Lee's virtual tour, where the culture makes it smooth. Feel the love, feel the truth. This is us, this is you. From the unknown, the unembraced and more. This show, this brand and the possibilities of what can be is all here for you. I'm just a kid from the rock, trying to be a rock for people, trying to make it best they can to become. Being moved is a creator of power to lift up all of us, not just a selective few. For the culture, by the culture, here we be, Braylon Lee, bringing life to trust and belief. It's entertainment, news done away with. Literally, spotlight sharp like a diamond shine. We see the stars, but the stories align. Deep in the soul where the heartbeats find. The pulse of the people redefining time. And just a pro tip, people have to earn the right to hear your story, but in addition to that, people have to earn the responsibility to be a part of it. Just because we are not seen by everybody doesn't mean we are not been seen by who needs to see us. Noise equals attention and sound equals purpose. Anybody can be a creator, but it takes a somebody to be an artist.
Beyond this gate, find gardens green and epic worlds to fill your dreams.
There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward.
With the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration to all the world.
In Disney's 102-year history, there have been many defining moments and countless achievements. Today, we celebrate another thrilling moment, the creation of a spectacular new Disney theme park resort coming to Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi is a place where heritage meets innovation, a place where we preserve our past while designing the future.
Bringing a Disney theme park resort to Yas Island, Abu Dhabi. marks a historic milestone in our journey as a global family destination.
The 7th Disney theme park resort destination represents a new frontier in theme park ambitions. Our resort in Abu Dhabi will be the most advanced and interactive destination in our entire portfolio. The location of our park is incredibly unique. It's anchored by a beautiful waterfront, which will allow us to tell our stories in completely new ways. Ultimately, this project will be a celebration of what's possible when creativity and progress come together.
What we are creating with Disney in Abu Dhabi is a whole new world of imagination, an experience that will inspire generations across the region and the world.
This collaboration represents a powerful fusion of Disney's unmatched legacy in storytelling and Mira's commitment to bringing world-class entertainment to our guests.
Abu Dhabi's vision for the future is to create a legacy for generations to come.
Disneyland Abu Dhabi will be authentically Disney and distinctly Emirati. An oasis of extraordinary Disney entertainment at this crossroads of the world. It will bring to life our timeless characters and stories in many new ways, becoming a source of joy and inspiration for the people of this vast region to enjoy for generations to come.
Caesar. Just look at him. Politician. General. Author. Ruler. Man. Legend has it, he's not only stared into the belly of the beast, he's had it for dinner. Here he's free to relax, or party, or relax, or party, or relax, and party. His is a world of opulence, excess, and the occasional impulse buy. Not one to rest on his laurels, he's famous for ushering in a new age of entertainment. So, for anyone seeking a place where the sun never sets on a good time, all this awaits.
I am Caesar, and I approve this palace.
I'm loving it.
I love it. Y'all right back. Welcome back into Brainley's Virtual Tour Live. We are live on tour. Just talking about a little bit of the year that was, and just was saying how grateful I am to each and every single one of you. And also, too, the fact that you get to see a black man with every range of emotion and that he is still a black man. How about that? Because like I said, that doesn't get taught enough on social media. We're able to go from really complex, complicated, and sometimes very culturally triggering issues to pop culture, entertainment, and just having a good damn time. And you're on the same damn channel. You ain't had to change it. I haven't had to kowtow, do this, that, and the third just to be around anybody. And do you notice, right? Even though I'm not around a lot of people, that don't mean that I don't support people. I can hold my own and support other people and still be cool with myself. Like I said, we're about to get to a very big goal. Because I decided I'm the operator of my soul. Nobody else. I am. I didn't let other people's definitions define me. I defined me. More than anything else, I recognized that just because other voices were never heard in their real life doesn't mean it should stop my voice from voicing out things that need to be voiced out for. When you let other people's thoughts dictate your movement, you've already lost the plot. With that being said, let me turn on my camera now because we done the whole show for over an hour. Yes, we have. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We are here chillaxing. Second to last day of 2025. And then it will be a brand new year tomorrow. Like I said, we will be here live making it do what it do. And like I said, should be a good time had by all. So yeah, I'm excited. And like I said, y'all, I would like to hope that for the first day of the year that nothing crazy happens. But then again, I gotta remember the world we live in. I gotta remember that. I definitely have to remember that for sure. But it's all good in the neighborhood. And, you know, like I said, even though you may not have gotten everything that you wanted, you're still here. You're still here. You are still here. I know that sounds so small, so insignificant, this, that, and the third, because you're going to feel like, Bray, you don't know the year I've had. And you're right, I don't. But I do know this much. There's a lot of people that did not make it to this day. For real. And you know what? Perspective is everything, right? Like I said, we've interviewed some big people over here. We have. We've broken some stories over here. We have. We're about to get to a very big goal because of us, right? So like we have had a good year with this channel. And you know, it's funny with micro and nano influencers, you know, brands and companies are starting to recognize those a lot more as a great entry point for brand marketing, entertainment marketing, because Kempire is Kempire, right? But Kempire has a lot of options. But with somebody like me that's got 3,000 subscribers, if I really believe in your brand and my audience feels a connection to that brand, my 3,000 will be like 30,000. Okay? So the reason why I'm not worried about our channel is because I'm not running anybody else's race. If anything, I'm the first person to congratulate anybody on anything that's positive. I'm the first one. And also too, I think everybody's channel is supposed to be the way it is. Now, do I believe I should be at 5,000 subscribers by now? I believe so. I think I put enough work. But hey, listen, the same token, I'm grateful for the 3,000 I have. I think a lot of people don't recognize that the elevation that you seek requires a propensity that you may not have. You want 5,000 subscribers? Do you have the propensity to get to that? And I think that's why I'm so at peace, right? We're about to get to a big goal. Listen, right? I'm with you. 5,000 in 2026. I feel it in Jesus' name. Yes. Amen. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why we're gonna get to 5,000 is because, for one, we have established ourselves in such a lane that can't nobody duplicate it. That's one. Number two, you know, we have been able to regulate the wins and the losses enough that we have a computer operating system or soul operating system to know how to navigate. But bigger than that, it is a blessing to be by yourself and for people to find you for you. It really is a blessing for people to find you for you. It's a blessing that people can find you for you. And I think I remember telling you guys this. I know Nikki News remember this. When everybody was covering that show, I remembered the one thing that this sector needed more than anything else. It needed a place to fall after it's all said and done. Okay, what next? And we've never moved off of that square of being a place to fall. Not one time. And I think the reason why we don't really have many detractors over here is because whether you have heard my name or you see me around, you know the energy that I carry. And so sometimes people will show up to act a fool in your space because you act a fool in your space. I'm going to say that 2 more times. The reason why some people show up and act a fool in your space because you act a fool in your space. Sometimes the reasons why people act a fool in your space because you act a fool in your space. But if you give a fuck about your space, if you give a fuck about the energy you give, and if you give a fuck about what you are distributing to the people, they will match the energy. Because I can bet you this, there's been a lot of other channels that, you know, that people have went to, and they probably compared it to Braylon. You know what? Let me go back over to Braylon. Braylon ain't that bad. Now, he talked too damn much, but he ain't that bad. But also, too, I think sometimes when you have never had an energy of peace in your life, you don't understand how to navigate it. So it's better to not watch. It's better to not listen. It's better not to understand because you never had it. But the curse of that is the more you move that energy, the less time you have to be in peace with it. That's just being honest. Because I know Nikki News is a watcher of YouTube and she watches many other YouTube channels. And I'm not saying this is the greatest, bestest, this, that, and the third YouTube channel of all time. But compared to some other people, I believe we're one of the most understanding, open-minded, and we are one of the most progressive channels on YouTube and on social media, period. Because we don't just follow what everybody else is following. I mean, of course, we cover the mainstream stuff, sure. We cover the black stream stuff, sure. But we also don't mind taking a swing in content and for content and of content and just be about, hey, this is interesting to us. Let's go explore. I've actually stopped watching a lot of the channels. I need a variety of content, not just gossip. Right. And this is the thing, right? Even with the gossip that we do over here, it's with context, conjecture, and connection. You know what I mean? And I will never forget a destination that we went to, right? It was Kim Whitley and Monique and Gerald Levert. I think some of y'all remember this, right? And y'all remember Auntie Whitley, right? From Friday, you know, an Ice Cube and, you know, Auntie like an Ice Cube and all that stuff. I'm like, shit, you better be lucky I wasn't there because Kim Whitley would have been Auntie. I would have been the kid down the street all grown up. Listen, I'm a grown ass man now. Better be lucky I was in the room. This, that, third, did all that, right? And I talked to my mom about it. And she said, Bray, you know you were wrong for that. I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, I didn't say nothing really wrong about it. I think Kim Whitley's a fine, stunning, and attractive woman. You know what I mean? But it was the fact of, she is a mom, this, that, third. And by the way, I saw a picture of Kim Whitley and her son, who has autism, handsome young brother. And I say all that to say, I literally came on the next time on Brandon's Virtual Tour Live, and I, did what I needed to do, and Kim Whitley said that was not true. So see, with me, and I've always have done this. I mean, you can go back to the first one where Nikki News said I had to come back and watch the first one. Outstanding. And she said, and like I said, if I'm wrong or anything, correct me, Nikki News, but I believe she said outstanding because it's like, here's this black man covering a multitude of things, but is very relatable in how he's speaking to everybody. And he's making you feel like you're at home with him. Feels like a one-on-one conversation. And there is a mentality of we can explore, and if we get something wrong, I'm not going to be reamed out for it. I can feel safe over here. And so even with everything that, listen, I am a hunty. I still enjoy the content, that part, right? So when it comes to every destination that we've went to, I've always told y'all the source. I've read it. Now, sometimes I'll give my commentary in the middle of it if I really feel heated, but most of the time I read it thoroughly so you can understand the destination that we're at. And then I give commentary. See, when you're giving actual commentary off of something that's actually available, you're good. Because they should understand that, hey, listen, this came from rollingout.com. I'm just giving commentary on it. This came from blacknews.com. I'm giving commentary. This came from Jasmine Brand, Neighborhood Talk, On Site, The Shade Room, many other publications and platforms. But like I said, it's never changed, right? I've always been about the fact that this is my commentary. But I've also never been of the energy just to go after somebody, right? Like, for example, some of y'all have seen the Milagro-grams, right? We just did a live where we talked about the defamation motion, right? And some people may be like, okay, Bray, we get you. We believe, we know that you think she's not new media, this, that, and the third. But with that being said, Nikki News knows this. Any destination that we go to, it is not just to go after somebody, just to go after somebody. Just know that. Usually when it's a destination on the tour, it is because people are traveling to that destination. Virtually, that means everybody's talking about it. And because everybody's talking about it, we need to go to it. Or it might be a destination that I'm curious about. But also, too, in the same token, before I make it a destination, I always do my research and I allow the culture to breathe. So, with Milagro-grams, that motion to reinstate defamation, that was a story. That wasn't going after Milagro just because I don't like her. Now, if I made every single stream about Milagro, then you can say, okay, bro, you're doing a little too much. But when you think about the PD trial and me covering that every day at 6 o'clock on the dot, that was Monday through Friday. Let me say it again, Monday through Friday. Let me say it again, Monday through Friday at 6 o'clock every damn day. And then the verdict, I was up from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. that Friday. The Jonathan Majors case, right? And also two big moments like the DNC, the Kenya Moore confessions thing, where some people thought I was a Kenya Moore hater. I'm just like, I don't think y'all understand what I do. I cover cultural experiences. Like even Nikki News was like proud of me that night. Not that she's not proud of me all the time, because she is. But when she came into the chat, she was like, yeah, this channel is hot tonight. Like, no, this is what he does. Like, he's not hating on Kenya Moore. Now, he's hating on what she did. A lot of people were hating on what she did. But that was because we were covering Roa. and that was supplemental content relating to what we were talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I think some people don't get the fact that just because you're covering something means you're this, that, and the third. No. And if you go back and watch those lives, which I did just for the fun of it, it really was 50-50. And there were some people that, I'll say this, there were some people that didn't like me because they had a painted broad brush opinion of me. But there were some Kenyon Moore stands that stayed in that live with me because they felt my energy of, oh, wait a minute, this guy ain't hanging on Kenya. He's just giving commentary on an experience that we're all experiencing. And even Team Twirl was pissed off that night. That was only a 1 minute and 49-second clip. So, you know, just because somebody's covering a cultural event doesn't mean that they are this, that, and the third. It just means that they are about their business. And I think because we have had people not be about their business, it gives this impression of, oh Lord, here they go talking about this person, even though everybody's done with it. It's like, y'all do realize there are things called follow-ups stories, right? And like I said, when it comes to Milagro, I think that let me go back to it. Because there's a deadline that Milagro has to respond to. Let me make sure here. Hang on, I need to see it on the horizontal here. Give me a moment now. Let me see. Because there is a response that she has to give. Oh, where is it? Hang on. Because there's a particular day. I think it's in January. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's in January of 2026. Hey, let me see something. Document CO document 257. Okay, let's see. Police monitor. No. Okay, give me a moment now. It's a court listener. Let me see what court listener. Okay, let me go. Yep, let me go to it. I found it. See, it takes me a minute, y'all, but no, am I rambling? Am I wondering? Comes greatness. Just give me time. So let me go to that 257, right? So that 257, she's got to respond. Milagro has to respond by January 6th of 2026, right? So that's a huge story. And me being the media nerd of social media, it would be quite disrespectful, right? It will be quite disrespectful for me not to follow that. And Nikki News knows that when there's a media story, Braylon's going to cover it upside down, inside out, and everything in between. Because I'm about the truth of all of it, not just for what I want to talk about. So I think that's really important for people to understand that whenever you see, me covering a media story, it's never personal. Sincerely, it's never personal. But when listen, thank you very much. Because how many times did I tell you about the Oprah Winfrey Network being up for sale, but nobody else covered it? So now if there's a media story about the Oprah Winfrey Network being up for sale, and then you see everybody else starting to talk about it, you know who people should come to first? They should come to me. You know what I mean? There's been times that, Tea Talk with Your Girl, for example, she has called me and asked, Bray, do you know about this? Because she knows that, her nephew is a media nerd. And it's a blessing to have a media nerd, because everything in life, every industry is connected to media in some shape, form, or fashion. So if OWN is up for sale, and I remember saying this in that particular live, when OWN is up for sale, don't come crying to me about it. That don't mean I'm not going to talk about for Nikki News. That don't mean I'm not going to talk about for Erica 70. That don't mean I'm not going to talk about for my people. That's for the rest of you. Not for the rest of you, but for the rest of you. Not for the rest of you, but for the rest of you. Don't come crying to me. Bray, did you know the Oprah Winfrey Network could be up for sale? What about this and what about that? Child. Why do you think I played the song A Lot Happens Early over here for the morning editions? Why do you think I play that? Because a lot happens early over here. We broke down the Netflix Bros story and told y'all what could be a part of, we told y'all how Netflix could utilize Warner Brothers, right? Talked about that. We also talked about BET, being up for sale, right? And how that could change everything. I mean, hell, y'all don't remember this damn live right here. Let me bring it up. This live right here where we talked about the state of black media. I'm going to take down the news comment just for a second so you guys can see everything. But this was a huge live here. A huge live, because we talked about where black media is right now. And, I did that live with the two sharks for a good damn reason. Now, thankfully, Paramount did not get their hands on Warner Brothers Discovery, and thank God we still have the Oprah Winfrey Network and BET. But that really was an important warning shot to let people know that, hey, we need to be more concerned about bigger things than the peach that Portia Williams is eating down her throat. Okay. Or the peach cream stick that she's putting down her throat. So, we do cover real things over here. But also, too, I'm at the point now with where we are with our channel is, if you want to give a fuck about it, cool. But I'm not going to give a fuck about something that I've already given a fuck about. When it loops back around. If anything, I'll do a follow-up because it's the right thing to do. But after that, I'm done. Because every tour that we've been on has not been the same, and that's been on purpose. Now, do we revisit destinations? Sure we do. If Ray J does something stupid, yeah, guess what? We're revisiting it. If King and Moore does something, if anybody does anything, yes, we'll revisit that destination because it is a purposeful revisit. But every tour has been different. That is by creation, right? And if you notice, the truest test of anybody creating content is, can you still play the same old show, but it still feel fresh? That's the question. Because you notice the commercials are pretty much the same, but the meat of the show is every time I throw a virtual steak on the grill, it's got a different flavor. It's been seasoned different. Every steak that I've put out virtually, it's different from the grill. So, and I think that's the reason why people still come back, because it's like, whatever Braylon's talking about, at least he's going to be honest about it. At least he's going to be upfront about it. And at least I can feel something real from it. So. But yes, indeed. We're just chillaxing here. Glad to have all of you in the building. Yes, indeed. Like I said, we'll be off of here in just a little bit, y'all. We're just chilling out. But yeah, those were the only 2 destinations that I saw, this evening, that I just felt like, okay, you know what? These 2 destinations are really important to people. And also, too, I don't mind doing 2 destinations either. Like, the only reason why I do like 7 destinations is because you guys deserve a full show. You know what I mean? But the blessing of, who we are is whether it's 1 destination we focusing on or we're doing 7, you're still getting a good show. And like all the shorts that I create, they're basically from the show you just watched. That's it. None more, none less. So you really are never missing the show. If you really want to know what happened, just go to shorts. It'll be there within a few hours. Now, I haven't been able to do shorts recently because StreamYard has this new thing where, depending on your plan, you can do as many. You can only do as many shorts as your plan allows. You know what I mean? So I gotta wait till next month to do some new shorts. You know what I mean? But still, like, every short that we've done has been from the show you watched. And that's why I put so much energy into the live shows of, okay, let me make sure that I'm saying everything I need to say, this, that, and the third. So that way, when the short comes out and you see, you're like, oh, damn, that's got some bite to it. Well, yeah, you had to watch the live show or to see it. You know what I mean? Also, too, shout out to How I See It TV, because How I See It TV, she did not know this, but when she gave me Brainley's virtual tour destination roundup, she was helping me out at a rough time in my life as well. Through that very unnecessary time I went through. But she helped me out tremendously too. And even though I haven't done a virtual tour roundup in a long time, when I did those virtual tour roundups, it was gratifying to be able to have another way for people to see the tour. Because even in the virtual tour destination roundups, you still got that same tour energy. It was just, it was just managed. Because I can't do a full tour in a virtual tour destination roundup. You know what I mean? That's what the tour is supposed to be for. But I love the fact that people got the chance, to see where we went to for the week. You know what I mean? So, and like I said, I do believe that, this brand is going to be something bigger than I could ever think of. And I really believe that. I really believe that this brand, Brainley's Virtual Tour, the TV show, I believe that all that could really happen. I really, really do. I feel it from you all. I feel it for myself. And, every time that, I do the Tubi and the Peacock thing, that is just speaking it into existence, right? Because like I said before, if you have a dream, you should be about your dream. So could you see this on Peacock? For sure you could. Could you see this on Tubi? Absolutely. Could you see it on Netflix? Yes. Could you see it on Stars? Absolutely. And the blessing of, putting that in front of what you do is that when you finally get to that dream come true, you'll know how to handle it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I hope that in due time we'll get some brand deals. You know what I mean? Because I would like to do a KFC stream. Sure would. Get paid $500 to just eat KFC and do my show and do my regular show. Absolutely. I would love a Universal Studios vacation in Orlando for free. Absolutely. As many times as I played that. I would love to, do a full week of shows from the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace. Much as I play, I'm Caesar, I approve this palace. But also, too, in the same token, I just love the commercials because I just love the commercials. Right? So when you're doing what you're supposed to do, because you genuinely love what you do, you'll get everything in due time. You will. That don't mean you won't get frustrated along the way. Because I'm not gonna sit here in front. There are times where I'm like, well, damn, I should be getting more brand deals and more content creators and me should be collaborating and this, that, and the third. But also too, I'm not hating on anybody rising up either. And I think that's the problem with some people is that, when you are wondering why, when it's somebody else's time for them to get to where they need to be, why everybody is supporting them, look at how they've been supportive when they had nothing. And maybe that will tell you why people are supporting them. Everything I'm doing because I genuinely love what I'm doing. So when I finally get that Caesars, Coliseum deal, it's because sincerely, I really do love Caesar's Palace. And we did a whole Vegas live, rebranding all those hotels. That was a fun time as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, just recognize that when people are rising up, just look back at how they treated people. Because I do think sometimes we do have misplaced judgment and anger. And I think that's why people give me a lot of love, grace, and space. Because, yeah, I do believe I deserve more. But also, too, and I don't think there's anybody on YouTube that could ever say that Braylon has been a hater on anybody. Not one time. Not one time. No, not one time. I don't know if the company still offers brand deals for CCs, but A Game used to give them to many black CCs. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Thank you for that. I'll have to definitely look into that. And like I said too, it's not that I'm not, picky for anything, but also too, I do believe that the platform we have is valuable enough where I have the right to be picky. Does that make sense? Like, if it's not like, I'm not one of those people where it's like, it better be $50,000. If it ain't $50,000, I ain't taking it for shit. It's like, no. If it's, they're a supplement company. Okay, gotcha. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you so much. And love you for that. You know that. But yeah, if I see like, okay, you know what? Maybe it might be a $750, deal for me to do something. Listen, that is $750 more than I had before. You know what I mean? Hey, Mars, welcome in. Glad to have you here. But yeah, I'm not that unreasonable where I won't take something that makes sense. Right? Like I said, I'm not picky, but I have a platform that allows me to be picky. Because like I said, what we do over here, it's a premium show. You know what I mean? We talk about things to a particular audience that Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, they have not been able to produce. And so when you're able to produce something that they can't produce, yeah, you do deserve to be picky. You do deserve to be judgmental. You do deserve to, twerk the fence, as they say. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think anybody should be protective over what they Stefon is not here. We talked about him, but he's not here. Child. Oh my Lord Jesus. 5 people in the building here with me. Thank you all so much. I appreciate each and every single one of you for being here. Glad to have you. We're just chillaxing. We talked about Tyler Perry and Stefon Diggs this evening. A lot going on with those two. And like I said, if there's any update, I will bring it to you live, of course. You know what I mean? So that's crazy work, though. Give me $1 million, Mr. Diggs. He's not here. Oh, my Lord Jesus. Bashir Gray, we haven't talked about him at all. Not that I know of this year, no. I think we might have talked about him once in passing, but I don't think we've talked about him as a destination this year. Not that I can think of. I mean, I do a lot of shows in a week, so sometimes they'll run together, but not that I know of. Yeah, so. Well, hopefully he's doing okay. I saw a recent video of Orlando Brown. I think he's stable now. He's having a fried chicken restaurant, so he's making it do what it do for himself. And I do hate that happened to Orlando Brown, because when I saw Raven's home, I was excited to see Raven, Eddie, Chelsea, and even Kyle Massey's character, Corey. I was excited to see Corey in that team, because I grew up on That's So Raven. You know what I mean? So when I saw, those two going through what they were going through, I'm like, damn it. It's been an easy check for y'all. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but I think we'll round it out to a 2-hour show, and then I'll give y'all the daily motivator, and then we will head on out of here. But yes, indeed, the second to last day of 2025. My Lord Jesus, it's been a whole lot to this year. It's been a whole lot. But I will say, I think with everything, yes, I did see that. I watched it. Interesting interview. I've heard of, by the way, Walter Hampton was a guy that used to know Tyler Perry back in the day, and he was on Toss Away K's podcast. I did watch it. I thought it was interesting. Didn't really want to give energy to that, because I feel like, for one, even though that was his story, we're following the story as it develops. And so, when you're sitting down with somebody who, lost in court, that can make your story diluted. I thought it was an interesting interview nonetheless, but I'm following the Tyler Perry story as it's happening. With the facts as they are in real time. But I did see the interview and thought it was interesting nonetheless. So. You feel that Tyler is rich and they are jealous of him. I'll say this. I don't think anybody's jealous of Tyler. I mean, I'm not jealous of Tyler myself. And I was just talking about this with Nikki News and our people here. Just because somebody is covering somebody doesn't mean that they're jealous. It's just the story is the story. You know what I mean? So, like I said, we talked about the text messages that leaked out today. And we talked about Marlo Rodriguez's response to it. And we'll just have to see what the end is going to be with that. Like I said, when the court documents are available, we will read them live, of course, right here for all of you, and make it do what it do. But no, I don't think anybody's jealous of Tyler or hating on Tyler. I think people are just following it for what it is. I do not know that. Nope. Nope. Mars in N92Y2C is saying this. That is not Braylon Lee saying that. Okay, I just want y'all to know that. That is also not Nikki News saying that, nor Linnell Stiller saying that. Okay, that is Mars who is saying that. We do not know that. Do not know that at all. Okay, listen. Uh-huh. Yep, we're almost to a 2-hour show, everybody. This has been a good one. This is the last show of 2025. For virtual tour live, that's like all the destinations that we covered are the ones that we covered. So this is the last one for the year. However, of course, we will start a brand new season coming up here in the new year, and more destinations and everything else, and hopefully just more blessings to come. I'm hoping that in the new year that I will find the right job where I can do more of this full time, and hopefully I can find the right company that will allow me to utilize my YouTube channel as an outlet for them. Of course, it's just patience is a muscle that gets stronger with use, in the words of Robin Roberts. But I do hope in the new year I find the right job, because I feel like I've proven myself more than enough this year, and I know once I get to that big goal, after that point, I'm done proving myself. I feel like if you cannot see on my resume that I've made it to 1 million views, and that I've held my own, and I'm my own brand, and this, that, and the third, and I can help you, at that point, I don't know what else to tell you. I just really don't. And it's not that people don't mind proving themselves, but I think it gets to a point where what else do I need to do, right? So I think that's what it is. So. But all in good time, everybody. All in good time. Thank you, my friend. Listen, from your mouth to God's ears, I truly believe it. You know what I mean? I really do believe that for sure. I definitely want to do more interviews. Definitely want to be outside more. You know what I mean? Like I said, the show is not changing too much because I feel like we have a good flow to what we do over here. But I would like to, go to more live events and bring virtual tour, in real life and stuff like that. Of course, that takes time and money. You know what I mean? But in due time, you know what I mean? I feel like you can have a goal and work towards it, but also doesn't have to be pressing. You know what I mean? It's just like when Nikki News said that, you should go BravoCon. I'm like, that could be a possibility. You know what I mean? But also on the same token too, I'm not pressed about it. You know what I mean? Where, oh my God, if I don't go, I'm not a content creator. It's like, oh, that's the case. You shouldn't be creating content if you believe that you not being able to go to an event determines the makeup of who you are as a content creator. You know how many people have not went to not one con, not one event, not this, that, and the third, and they about their business. Don't let other people's thoughts dictate your movement. And I was saying to a coworker, I was saying to a good friend of mine today, actually that I hadn't seen in a while. I said, the blessing of this is that when I do make it, I'm going to always have work because of my own works. I'm going to have work because of my so BravoCon. Now, I think Andy Cohen said that might be not this coming up 2026, but it might be 2027 because he said to like plan all that, this, that, and the third. It takes about a year. So I think 2027 might be the next BravoCon. I do know about the media pass as much as I talk about it. But of course, it's finding the right hotel and then, getting out there and setting up and this, that, and the third. And then, of course, figuring out what you can and cannot film and all that stuff. And then, do you get the VIP pass? Do you get the basic pass? Because like I said before, when it comes to Bravo, I really watch it for y'all. That's it. Sincerely, I watch it for y'all. And once the episode is done, I am done. You know what I mean? But I also understand too that for my audience, you go where your audience is, right? So I do understand the totality of that, right? So I'm not so blind to that I won't, make the investment. You know what I mean? Yes, indeed. See, I think he said maybe 2027 might be the next BravoCon. I do want to go to the Essence Festival of Culture. I think that would be cool. I know that there was a lot of issues, with this past year's festival, but I think it would be cool to go just for the one time. To see it in person, of course, Comic-Con as well. A few other creators crowdfunded. Hey, just Jonda, good to see you, my friend. And Chow, just Jonda is a great content creator as well. Me and Jonda have covered many trials and different things of law this year together. She's been a great colleague and good friend in that journey. Also, too, I think Comic-Con would be cool as well. So, believe me, I definitely want to go to these conventions. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's making sure that crowdfunding it because you really want to go and not just crowdfunding it because you feel like you have to go. You know what I mean? So, oh, well, I mean, we talked about them. You know, we're just kind of chilling out now. So if you want to come up here for a minute and talk about them, we good. I didn't read the court documents though. So if you want me to drop the link, we can. We're just up here chilling at this point. I don't think Nikki News will mind or the subscribers will mind because those were the two biggest destinations that I saw. The Tyler Perry destination, the Stefon Diggs destination as well. So yeah. So yeah, I definitely want to do more cultural events. Like I said, I want to be able to do those events because I genuinely want to, not because I feel like if I don't go, then I'm not going to be yeah, I can drop the link. But yeah, I want to be able to go to those events because I want to, not because I have to. You know, I mean, just like with Wendy Williams, you know, she did her talk show because she wanted to, not because she had to. And I feel like no content creator should ever just, you know, go to something just to exist. Because if people can't love you for you and love you for what you can do, it's no point. It's no point. Hey, welcome in.
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear, beautiful. How you feeling?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing very well. Second to last day of the year.
I know, and it is going out rough. Like one thing behind another. The hits just keep on coming. I mean, I even had family stuff. You know, a tremendous loss in my family yesterday. And thank you. And then of course, following the culture. I mean, woke up this morning and saw Richard Smallwood. That was like a punch in the face.
Right.
You know, especially, you know, for us like church singers and dancers and whatever, like Richard Smallwood, you know, it's kind of like on the church side, you know, how on the secular side, say Brandy is the you know, it's the vocal Bible, Whitney Houston, whatever. Well, on the church side, it's Richard Smallwood. You know, Richard Smallwood, Andre Crouch, whatever, you know, they call him the maestro. And then the dance world had a tremendous loss today. It was just like, damn, 2025 just be over.
Yeah, but you know, when that ball drops, we don't know what
we got 3 more years of the Orange Demon. So I mean, I don't know why what you know, 2025 ending isn't necessarily going to change much in terms of a whole other level of foolishness.
Exactly right.
So now, with Stefon Diggs, and I'm sorry, I'm a little late. I didn't realize you were on, and I had company.
You are good.
So I'm not sure because I wasn't here what you guys went over. So please tell me, if at any point I'm being repetitive.
So like I said, it's always good to see you. So you're fine. Like I said, I was trying to find 7 destinations to bring to y'all as a main show, but also too, I've come to realize with how we are, if there's one destination or 7, y'all are still gonna get the show. Y'all still gonna come because y'all want to hang out with me. So I was like, child, these are the 2 that y'all are talking about the most. And it's the second to last day, and I actually want to rest today. So, you know, I still fulfill the assignment. You know what I mean? But no, with Stefon Diggs, we talked about the fact that this was over a dispute about money. Was a text exchange, and allegedly, this is all alleged, that he slapped her in the face and got her in the crook of his elbow.
Yes. So according to her, Of course, subsequent to the text exchange, so apparently this, as it said, the text exchange actually came after the fact. So she was there. It seemed like the situation started to go downhill potentially in November.
Okay.
She, in the extended, version, the full version of the police report, she says that the money stuff. It sounds like the money stuff and how he handles his business is all kind of shaky, and this is why. There are certain things that, and I'm not saying anything you don't know or anybody else listening. There are certain things and certain language you would use if business was properly in order. For instance, if we had a contract, then everything would be per our contract. And sisters, that's how we talk when we know we got some paperwork in order. Per our contract, you owe me this. It wouldn't be, well, it's standard in the industry to do that. No, it's not about what's standard in the industry. It's about what we decided in our contract. So from day one, it looks like, at least, I won't even say necessarily her, but if you have a contract worth $63 million and you have business managers and people who pay your bills and whatever, I'm going to need you to do better business. And it also doesn't speak well of the people who you have handling your business. So let's start there.
And it's interesting you bring that up, because I was saying in the commentary before you got here, I was saying to Nikki News and to the Virtual Tour family that I would assume at that type of level that you can have a house manager.
Exactly.
Intermediary or a middle person to be able to handle these things.
Exactly. And it sounds like, especially based on both the text messages and information she gave to the police officer when she initially spoke to him, that there was a person who is his designated financial person, because he sort of loops that person in at the end, but not all the way. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, call Nancy, but then I call Nancy and Nancy says, well, he didn't sign off on it. So, okay, why the hell did you call Nancy? Tell me to call Nancy type thing. And it sounds like whether you have a Nancy or not, y'all still aren't doing, running your business properly, because a lot of this stuff would have been very easily cut and dry if it was just in the contract. And I'll start with one that sort of demonstrates this. So apparently back in November, she said, okay, so I don't know if you know this, but at any rate, he hired her allegedly for the entire season back in July. So arguably she would be working for him, I guess, through the playoffs and what have you. So from at least July to what, January, February, something like that. Okay.
Right up to the Super Bowl. And for those of you who don't know, of course, there's the fast food chefs, there's the sit down chefs. Let's just say the pay for a chef being at a restaurant in Ohio is different than Vegas, but then you get into private chef, right? So
yeah, and she is a private chef who was to be in residence at his home. That's another reason why you could tell that this report was leaked, because it's not redacted. Like, it has her name, it's got his full address, etc. So at any rate, he hired her in July to be there until the end of the season, and to stay in his home. And that makes sense, right? Because unless he has an away game, arguably he should be at home and going to work out at the practice field and all those things.
And then, of course, meal prep as well, because usually when it comes to
that's right,
they have particular way that they need their meals prepped. And when you're talking about a private chef, it's not just preparing the meal to eat for that day, but it is planning out a whole plan for the season, and also freeze dry meals and stuff for practices. But just to add some color there, but go ahead.
Yeah, so this is full time, more or less, whether he's there or not. if she's doing it to that degree. Okay. So at any rate, she says that it was always supposed to be weekly payments, but that never happened. It would be they started paying her monthly. So again, that tells you about what kind of business they were running.
Okay.
So at any rate, after it sounds like he needs to go get Jalen Hurts people. So
yeah,
exactly. So at any rate, he in early November, from the 11th through the 14th, or the 7th through the 14th, which sounds about probably close to the time when Cardi B had her baby, but I can't, if anybody wants to look that up, I'm not really sure. But at any rate, he told her, I need you gone from the 7th through the 14th. I'm having house guests. I don't want anybody here. So that sounds like that was their first conflict over money, because she was like, if you want me to leave, then you going to pay a sister? I mean, I'm assuming it's a sister. I don't know. But you're going to pay me, whatever. So, okay, fine. Whatever that situation was, it wasn't enough to make her quit then, because obviously she came back after that time frame and stayed until this fateful day on December 2nd. So apparently sometime it sounds like she must have mentioned that incident, because things must have started falling apart after that November date, because December 2nd was only 3 weeks later. You got Thanksgiving in between, etc. So something's going on with them with money. It's going back and forth. She was still in the house, and like you mentioned, there's text messages, there's drama, and so she alleges he comes home and comes into her bedroom, because bedroom was in his house. He comes into her bedroom, and they go back and forth. Let me look again at it to see if she's, because I want to be accurate.
No, absolutely. And by the way, everybody, this is just Jonda. We met through Remixing Politics and Culture with Pam. We're on with another panelist, and she is an actual lawyer, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so
new season of Let's Be Honest with Just Jonda, starting after episodes, is starting on New Year's Eve. I'm going to bring in the new year.
Oh, congratulations on that! Like I said, give me the link, and I will definitely do a watch party for it and do whatever I can. So
absolutely. So, and it's connected to this, so you have it. Okay. So, all right. So at any rate, let's go to 11/7. That's when he told her. Okay. So on 12/2 is when he came in. Because this was kind of bizarre, because she went to the police, but then told the police not to do anything. Okay, here she goes. On 12/2, she said she was still working there. She said on that date, the male, because she didn't tell the police officer at first who it was, entered her unlocked bedroom. They've been having ongoing text exchanges over the money. She said, so I guess he must have owed her for November. She said that they began to discuss it, which angered him. Said, sounds like it was already nasty. She alleges that he then smacked her across the face, and that she tried to push him away, and that he CO'd her, because I don't know about YouTube, using the crook of his elbow around her neck. She said he was behind her with his arm wrapped around her, which would kind of lend itself, if you're trying to visualize it, to maybe, okay, you hit me, so I'm trying to get away, and then you sort of try to hook me back. It's giving sort of a bizarre headlock sound to it. She said that she was having trouble breathing, almost blacked out. She tried to pry him away. He tightened his grip. She said at that point, he threw her on the bed and said something to the effect of "thought so." And then she told him she still hadn't been paid, which I must admit, that still gave me a little chuckle, because that's something I would do. Like, okay, you could hit me and try to choke me out, but you still owe me money. So she said, so that for anybody who's listening, not laughing about the assault, just like the smart assery of it, because you still owe me my money. She said at that point, he said lies, walked out of the room. She explained that he needs to sign off in payments in order for her to be paid, which is why she confronted him directly. So she was allegedly dealing with this other person. She did not document any injuries, which of course, now I'm looking at it from 20 plus years as a defense attorney, certainly helps him. So she left the house that day, and allegedly, I think she went back the 9th to get her stuff, in which case they're still having the drama back and forth about, give me my money, no, I don't owe you money, blah, blah, blah. So I'm looking at that, yeah, because I know she went back another time. Yeah, she said on the 9th, she returned to the house to get her property. At that point, he wasn't there. She texted him, who told her to take up the monetary issue with his assistant. She spoke to Melissa from finance, that I assume is the assistant, who explained that Diggs had requested a signed non-disclosure agreement from her before she could be paid. So I'm going to come back to that in a second, because that goes back to the bad business and some legal stuff.
Yeah, because you would think that would have been signed up.
So, you're right. Let's deal with that now. That goes back to my initial preface to this entire discussion. What kind of business are you running that you're the $63 million man? And there are people who barely make $1 million and have enough sense to get a signed NDA.
Yep, from the jump, because
from the jump. Now, and that's just because you don't need somebody talking about what goes on in your house. In his case, you've got multiple maybe baby mamas situation going on, because you got a bunch of kids juggling babies the same age. That means you're juggling women. You don't need nobody talking about what's going on in your house. And then you are sleeping and doing whatever with a global superstar who's an even bigger star than you are several times over. You don't need people talking about what's going on in your house. Your people should be getting an NDA signed just because of who you're sleeping with.
Yep.
Okay. So again, poor business. And then for those, I know NDAs have come up a lot, right? Especially with the Diddy case. NDA, everybody thinks they know everything about NDA. Well, if you have learned anything from the Diddy case, you should know that NDA still does not protect you from somebody talking about criminal behavior. So had she signed an NDA, yes, she still would be beholden to not talk about the non-criminal behavior, i.e. the merry-go-round of women and whatever else is going on there. But she could say, this mofo allegedly beat me up because he owed me money. That, of course, wouldn't be covered by the NDA. Again, just bad business, because clearly if this is true, because this is all alleged, even that part is predicated on, I need you to sign this NDA and then we'll give you the money, because now that this situation has gotten nasty, I need you not to talk. And then that brings up other questions that the prosecution is going to raise, of course, and I'm sure you're already thinking it, which is, why did you want that NDA because you thought that would shut her up about the assault, or did you just want the NDA to just shut her up in general?
Yes.
Because as we know, bad actors depend on people not knowing their rights, like not knowing that an NDA does not shut you up if illegal things have happened. Because a lot of people really don't know that. So at any rate, that happened on the 9th. And of course, she still didn't get her money because she did not sign said NDA. She goes to the police on the 16th. She speaks to the officer, the one who wrote this report. She also provides the officer with the text messages, etc. She's still communicating with the officer, but this is again where things get a little weird, which will support the defense, because lifelong defense attorney, it's hard for me to turn that hat off, even though at one point I did train prosecutors as well. So there is, as a defense attorney, my hackles go up because she went and she files the report But at the end, when he said, okay, so what do you want us to do? And she goes, I don't want you to move forward. Did you know that part?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Isn't that little? That's very interesting. Very interesting.
That is very
So,
suspicious.
yes. So between the 16th, now he was again more bad business. The officer doing his due diligence, give the officer some props here too, and I don't do that often. The officer attempted to contact Diggs at the number that she provided for Diggs, and he left messages. So I'm assuming he had a reason to believe that that was his actual number. The officer says that he attempted to contact Diggs, and he even gave exact times. He tried to contact him and left.
Hang on, everybody, for 1 second. Jonda, you're still here with us, but we can't hear you, beautiful. And it is interesting with that part of it that that she did not go forward that detail that just John talked about, that even with all of this, there were particular things that, determined if it could or could not move forward. Because the thing that really got to me was, now, like I said, I'm not wealthy yet, nor famous, but I have the mindset of it, right? And John will be back up here in a minute. Even with me, even though I'm not there yet, I know that, okay, I need a house manager. Okay, I need, a publicist. I need a good PR team, because Braylon says a lot of shit out his mouth. I do need a quality agent that understands that I make the majority of the money, but you will get a very good salary with me. Same thing with a manager. And, I remember Steve Harvey saying that you need a consigliere who, signs, who reviews everything, and then is counsel, but you have domain, because as Taraji B. Henson said, you have your manager take a cut, then your agent take a cut, then your PR take a cut, and then by the time it gets to you, you ain't got none. You know what I mean? So, like I said, we'll stay here for a little bit until just John comes back up here. Okay, here we go. Okay, you're back, beautiful. I think you were at the part where you were saying that you were asking me, there was something, did you know something that I did not know? I think you were at that part of it.
Yes, can you hear me? There was some weird stuff going on.
You're good. You're good.
With my phone went out, which is what I had you on, and I forgot that I was running out of steam. Is the volume okay?
Loud and clear.
I'm on my laptop.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I believe I was at the point where she tells him, I don't want you to move forward.
Yes.
Which is concerning. At least it should be concerning for the prosecution, because I know that for me as a defense attorney, I'd be all over that. Because why? You came to me. It would be one thing if there was an incident, and we got to call it domestic because they're in the home and she was technically living there. It doesn't matter if they are not a couple, and I'm sure there's going to be speculation about that, because this situation does seem a little personal, although messing with my money is personal, so
that part.
So anyway, she but my point is, it would be one thing if the police were called because a maid or whatever heard this going on upstairs. He or she didn't know what was going on, called the police, and the police came and they took a report that you don't have a choice in, because the police were called and now they got to address it.
Correct.
And then you say, because we see this happen all the time in domestic violence incidents, and again, having done this for many years, I've dealt with that countless times, where then they'll be like, no, I didn't call the police. I don't want this going further. We just got out of hand. I love her. She loves me. Blah 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 blah. That's not what happened here. She went to them. So you come to me, you ask, take the time, you ask for it, because there's a whole production. I just didn't waste you all's time on it. She asked for a female officer, the whole 9 yards, and they did what they're supposed to do, make you think of Law and Order SVU, right? I want to speak to Olivia. They give her a female officer because you want the person to feel comfortable, the whole thing. And turns out at the end of you telling the officer all this, you leave them in suspense about who it is, and you have your moment, and then you go, no, I don't want you.
Yeah, that was very off-putting.
Yes. Now, again, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I'm just saying, from the perspective of a defense attorney, thank you for the gift of giving me something else to try to undermine you with.
No, correct. Because and to relate that, and I was speaking on what you were speaking of as you were coming back up. I was saying to the audience it's interesting that she at this point, and maybe I wasn't as clear before you got back up, but now I am, that it's interesting that she did not want to get to a certain point. She didn't want to pursue further, even though she called them. That would be like,
no, she didn't call them. She went to them.
Yeah, exactly right. That would be like me calling one of my media friends and saying to them, "Hey, bring these virtual tours. Finally get on the E network. This, that, and the third." And they're like, "Oh, okay, great. I'll get supervising producer. I'll get this, that, and the third." But then I'm like, you know what? I'm good. It's like, well, wait a minute. I got my supervising producer on it. We got the graphics that are coming up. We got the footage from E coming in. Like, I've already promoted it. Like, now you don't want to do the interview. So it's just like, what the hell?
Exactly. And the officer, you come in, I've got to take this information. I've got to write up this report, and I have to now at least investigate it to make sure there is not some ongoing danger, because as an officer, I'm going to, if I believe you, and it seems like the officer did believe her from the gate, because the officer made it a point to say that she was emotional and initially appeared hesitant to give a statement. Those are the types of traits that an officer or an investigator is looking for in a true, for one of a better way of putting it, in a true victim, in someone who is actually telling the truth. That is why the officer took the time to mention what her affect was, because that's what it is, her affect. They took the time to mention what her affect was in the report, because how you behave, as we know, is an indicia of whether or not you're being honest.
Correct.
And so here you are giving the indicia of honesty. You're displaying all the traits. You're hesitant, you're emotional, you know, the whole 9 yards. And then we get to the end, and that I got to write up and investigate no matter what, because now I got to do work. And you say no.
Yeah.
That and now moving on, because I know we beat that to death, but this next part is going to bring us right back here as well. So she did follow up. She did everything that the officer said to do, and everything she said she would do, which is great. If you promise you're going to do some things, you do it. So she told the officer, the officer told her. The officer told her that he would proceed. I got to keep her name is in here. I'm trying not to use it. The officer told her he would proceed with the allegation and file charges, but she said she did not want to file a charge at the time. So the officer absolutely believed her, because the officer says right here that they were prepared to proceed with filing charges right then and there when she came to see them. So they felt that she was credible. I told her that as a victim, an officer would be following up regardless. So now that you've created work. I also let her know that if her mind changed, we would certainly go ahead with further investigation and charges, explain the process. They even offered to help her with the process of getting restraining orders. She said she didn't wish to seek one. She said she just wanted to go home and had no intentions of returning. So it was like, I just wanted to get this out. Now I'm leaving. Whatever.
Right.
She said that she was going to email them any screenshots related to the incident at her convenience. He sent her the DV form, the whole thing. And he said that she returned, or she, because she did ask for a female officer, she returned those to her without incident. So they had follow-up. Screenshots were sent to her. They added it to the report. So those, I'm assuming, are the screenshots that we've been seeing floating around online. When they so they came, and they came from a different number. The officer was very diligent, inquired about the number. She said that's the number that they had been used to communicate. I don't know if he gave her a phone to use. I don't know. Right. So on December 20th, they spoke to her over the phone, discussed how they like to proceed, and she was still saying hold off on any charges. So this is 4 days after she met with them, because again, she met with them on the 16th. He told her, she asked the officer to reach out to Diggs and to ask him not to contact her anymore, because she claimed that earlier in the week, she received a voicemail from a female voice that she believed to be his girlfriend, although she didn't say a name. So that's interesting. And that those messages said, you don't need to do this at all. That's not a big deal. So at that point, she had a concern that the police had contacted him, and the officer said, no, we have not contacted him. Now, in that instance, if that's true, let's face it, this is the Boston area, it's the Patriots, and I am not going to believe that there are not people in various places of law enforcement in and around that area who does not let the Patriots organization know if there was a potential issue with one of their players. Now, will we ever be able to prove it? No, but we do know that those things happen, and they happen regularly.
Oh, absolutely. And on top of that, I wanted to bring this up too, because we read that part of it, not the report, but we read an article that said that allegedly it could have been Cardi B. And I said, y'all, we got to let this thing play out, because we don't know. Cardi B was not actually mentioned in the court documents. But I also did say to give love, grace, and space to Cardi B after everything that she's went through. I really don't think she would tell a woman that you don't need to do this.
Now, we do know that, let's face it, Cardi B has gotten in trouble for fighting her for her man. So we know that if she down for her mofo, she like DMX. She down for it, like DMX said. However, that being said, her voice is pretty distinctive. So that's a really interesting statement, because on the one hand, I think what is leading people, well, let's say two things. One, people are messy. So if she says a girlfriend, they're going to automatically say Cardi B, right? Just because mess sells. That mess sells articles, mess sells and drives clicks and views. So of course we know that clicks and views come into play with this situation. So we know that, right? Now, so that's issue one. But two, her voice is so distinctive that if it's Cardi, just say Cardi. But again, because we know that he like Tupac and he get around,
right?
And she lived in the house. If there's other girlfriends, she would know their voices as well. Amen. Yes. Okay.
Amen. You're right.
So for us, we may be thinking Cardi because A, it makes the story juicier, and B, and we know Cardi be down for her men, and C, of course, she has a distinctive voice. But you got to remember, for somebody who lives in the house, any of his women's voice would be distinctive to her.
No, that's very true. Not to mention too, because she is the most known right now.
Yeah, but that's for us in the public. But what I'm saying is, if the chef is saying it sounded like it sounded like his girlfriend, the chef could be talking about any number of chicks because she knows the voices of more women than we do.
Correct.
So I just
I'm
thought
agreeing with you. I was just adding that for context, but no, I'm with you.
No. You're absolutely right. The world is going to say Cardi no matter what. It sells and it's a better story. And technically, she is the public girlfriend. So for now, unless another name is attached to it, that blame is going to be sat on her doorstep no matter what. She's stuck with that. You wanted the world to know that that's your man. Well, if a phone call was made and it wasn't you, it's still going to be you.
Correct.
So at any rate, they did follow up, and he said, or she said, the officer said, at 1:20, so really, at 10:10, so pretty much immediately after they got phoned with the alleged victim, because the alleged victim called him at 9:45, called the officer at 9:45. At 10:10, the officer contacted Diggs at the number provided. Call went straight to voicemail. Never received a call back. On 12:22, 1:30 p.m., called Diggs again, went straight to voicemail, did not get a call back. Notified the victim, and she sent an email for the woman that handles his business interests, maybe the Melissa chick that was supposed to pay her the money. So the officer contacted that person and basically said, if I don't receive a call back by 12:23, the officer said, if I don't receive a call back from Diggs by 12:23, I will call that chick. I guess, again, trying to keep it from it being like we're calling the whole world about this.
Right.
But something must have happened, because the officer said they received an email and voicemail. So literally within 4 hours, on the same day, on 12:22, at 2:12 and at 2:24, she contacted them and said, file the charges. And then the officer tried to reach out to her on 12:23, didn't reach her, but then just said, okay, screw it. I wanted to file the charges anyway. You said file the charges. I'm filing the charges. So, so on 12:23, officer did speak to her first thing in the morning. She said that she had changed her mind a few days ago and wanted them to go ahead with the criminal charges. And so then the officer said, okay, I'm filing a complaint based on the statement you made at 12:16. So what does that tell me? And again, back with not only my just regular, social media, social commentary, pop culture person, as well as my attorney hat. My defense hat. Anyway, that tells me that there were conversations going on back and forth, maybe not with homie himself, but obviously some communication with the financial person, I guess Melissa, if that's her name.
Sure.
And that broke down, and she said, F it. I got an alleged call from some chick, and you're not paying me the money. I'm gonna get you. Now, does that mean it didn't happen? No. But again, I would still, from a defense perspective, because we already know what the prosecution's case is. So, the prosecution's case is fairly fairly straightforward. Just to be fair, prosecution case, fairly straightforward. This is a person who you all begin to have a conflict that started probably in November when you first asked her to leave. Clearly, if we're at December 2nd and she's saying you owe me money, that speaks to the fact that not only did you not pay her the money that she asked you for, but you must not have paid her for the rest of November. So the situation between you all got contentious, and that you, again, we're going with stereotypes, right? So for those listening, I'm not saying he is this person. I'm being the prosecution. You, this big, brawny, aggressive person who plays this aggressive sport, typical of the many others who find themselves in this situation, decided that this person wasn't going to keep talking back to you in your own house, and you decided that you were going to be intimidating and threatening, and she didn't back down, and you lost your temper and you smacked her. And when she tried to get away from you, you pulled her back, and of course, in the manner that you pulled her back, that also, you did it in a manner that also ended up choking her. That and so those are intentional unwanted touchings, the definition of assault. So we've got the misdemeanor assault, and if we prove and if the jury believes, or I'm sorry, the trier of fact, because probably won't be in front of the jury, but if the judge believes her more than you, that you also grabbed her around the neck, then that would be choking as well. That is our case. It's no more sexy than that. And of course, from the defense side of it, the defense is going to say exactly what his attorney has already said. This was a financial dispute and with a disgruntled employee, and she decided to use reputational harm because of who he is and the broader impact on him to try to strong arm him into a monetary settlement. Because if you read in this and that in the text, people say, oh, that makes him look bad. Well, it does, because he was talking some cash shit, but it also doesn't make her look great either, because from the defense standpoint, it is you tried to use reputational harm to strong arm him into a monetary settlement. And why am I saying monetary settlement? Because she didn't just ask for what she was owed. She also said money to start my business.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring this up, because I mean, you've been an attorney and a lawyer for a very long time, and I've been, a human being upon the earth for 31 years. I don't think I've ever seen a year where pop culture and law have collided as much as 2025 has, and I think that the realm of celebrity is being redefined in these cases, because I said in one of my description boxes, if there is not a pop law YouTube channel, then we're all failing the asylum.
Well, I think social media plays a big role in that.
Yes.
Because the world has always had a fascination with two things, law and medicine. And why do we know that? Because look at our television. From and I'm talking about things that happen in real life. Of course, there's love stories and there's fantasy and all of that. But when it comes to professions, there are certain professions that have been staples in popular culture and people's fascination with them. And I definitely speak from a historical perspective, because I've always been a pop culture observer. Like, even as a little girl, I watched all the shows. I even would watch black and white, all of it. So everything going back, we're talking 80s and 70s, there's always medical shows, there's legal shows, there's court shows. Even with soap operas, when they build the soap opera town, the two main things that are the bookends of them, even if it's a show like, let's say, Bold and the Beautiful, one of the main bookends is that it's a fashion company, but you also have hospital and police station or district attorney's office, depending on the show. You have shows like Law and Order. You go all the way back with the medical shows, even from black and white to, coming into the 80s, and Dr. Marcus Welby and St. Elsewhere. And then you've got, of course, all of the legal shows that are immeasurable.
How to Get Away with Murder, NCIS.
Yeah, and that's just current.
One of my favorite shows, which Morris Chestnut, you got power at Fox. I need you to bring Rosewood back. But that's
and that again, that's just within the past 15, 20 years. You got Law and Order that, started when I was in like grade school or middle school, and shows even before that you're going to be like, I won't even, because I'll be telling too much about myself, going back to Matlock and all this stuff. And even the crime shows, Columbo and all so all of these things. And so I say all that to say that these are areas where pop culture has always had a tremendous interest. And that's why when celebrities get in trouble, or somebody in the pop culture realm, and there is a way to report on it, it captures the world, like the Lindbergh baby, because you had the modern media age hitting right around the same time as all of that. So this is just the next iteration of that. And once you add social media and people's ability to connect and talk about these things on a regular basis, not to mention true crime being second only to sex when it comes to when it comes to podcasts and all of those. And in fact, I'm not even sure if true crime is number 2 anymore. It might be number 2, but true crime, sex, and sports are like always in a race. And I think sex and true crime are ahead of sports.
Yes.
And so it's so like you said, it is 2025, but I think that even if you go back further than that, when you really talk about the modern era, because I was literally, talk about a bit of history. I'm in history. I was literally in law school. So talk about a time to be alive. I was in law school during the OJ trial.
Ooh, Lord, I bet classes were interesting.
Oh my gosh. And I was not in an HBCU. I was at the whitest of the white. And so these folks were so nasty when that verdict came in that we had to have an assembly about it at a law school.
Oh, Lord.
And I literally went to the microphone and called everybody out. There were people who didn't even know me that met me that day, because I literally just finger pointed and did not give a damn, because I said, for all of you who are so up in arms about this, shame. I remember my own words, shame on you. And that says something about you, because whether you believe he did it or not is irrelevant. What that defense team did is literally what we are here learning to do every goddamn day.
Correct.
And they did it effectively, and they did it well. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he did it. And you all know that, because criminal law, even if you don't plan to be a criminal attorney, criminal law is one of the mandatory things that you take your first year of law school. All lawyers, all law students take it, because it is on the bar exam whether you intend to ever enter a criminal law, enter an appearance in a criminal law case in your life or not. Criminal law, civil procedure, property, contracts, and torts are required.
Because and I think you're saying this because it's almost like, for example, when you're to relate to me with media, radio for me is the platform that allowed me to figure out TV, everything else. So even if you never enter into that, everything else branches off of that. And sometimes that
was the birthplace.
Yes.
It was literally the birthplace. There are shows that I don't think any are left now, but up until I guess the early 2000s, there were literally only about 2 shows left that were in radio that then transcended to that then ended up going through black and white and then being in color and then being on, which was The Guiding Light and either As the World Turns or Search for Tomorrow. But at any rate, I told you, when it comes to this TV stuff. But at any rate, the point is, I do agree with you about the intersection, and I think that social media is what makes it feel like, oh my God, 2025 has been the explosion. I think 2025 has been, quite frankly, more people that we know, one behind the other. Because there's been cases throughout. I mean, obviously through the 90s we had OJ, which there's a lot of people who, there's people on social media who are freaking millionaires that weren't even alive during that. But we had OJ, and we had several other trials. And then you got to remember, the R. Kelly trial was during tail end of COVID, because I reported daily on the R. Kelly trial during that, and that was tough at that time because you didn't have like somebody taking the time to tweet every word coming out of the judge's mouth, and that was in federal court, so I had to read everything every day and then talk about it in my podcast. But that R. Kelly, that was tail end of COVID. You had Orlando Bloom. The housewives stay in court. Remember, there's podcasters now who have now blown up, literally built their platform off of the fact that them heifers were already in court, the two ladies that run the Bravo docket. And then what do we have? But I do agree with you. This year has been the explosion because it wasn't just people that some people know and some people don't. It was people that everybody knows all at one time. Because now Diddy technically ended in, I think the Diddy trial was technically over in 2024, but I believe didn't his sentencing bleed over into 2025?
I believe so, because I was here that Friday. I was up from 10 a.m. To 7 p.m.
No, you know what? You're absolutely right. Diddy bled over into 2025 because the Cassie lawsuit was November of 23. The raid was in spring of 24. The indictment was actually the trial was in 2025. The indictment was in September of 24, and the trial was in spring of 25, because remember, it was summertime when everybody was standing outside the courtroom because everybody was sweating.
Yes.
Yeah, so he was sentenced in, I want to say around September, because remember, did he actually? It feels like he's been in jail for a long time, because technically he has. He's been in jail for over a year, but he was in jail. He's been in jail for over a year because he didn't get bond. He actually wasn't convicted until June. Now I remember, because I couldn't report on it. My daughter was graduating. He was convicted in June and sentenced in September, October.
Yes, correct. And not to mention, too, during that time, I was. Y'all want to talk about creating content? This was on top of the regular schmegular shows I would do. I was live every day.
And let's not forget, because I think you talk about the Young Thug thing, because Young Thug bled into Diddy.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Because Young Thug went on for over a year. That trial started because there were so many indictments and whatever. That started in May of 2024. The Young Thug and everybody else trial started before that. Just to put that into perspective of how long that shit went on. Right. That trial began before Diddy was even indicted.
Right.
That is how long and crazy that ish was.
Right. And when it comes to Young Thug, and this is the thing too.
That was hard to follow. I just watched the highlights because the shit was funny.
Right. When it came to those tours, right? The way I formatted was, okay, the creators who were in New York, y'all did y'all thing. but I also recognize from my audience is they are here for the tour, but they want the tour to make sense.
Yes.
So I did NBC News because they had from beginning to end. Then I added the articles and the videos, and then in addition to that, there were other lawsuits mentioning Diddy. So even though I may not have talked about Young Thug, it was just the mention of it, and I think hopefully moving forward with the career economy, people will give love, grace, and space, because normally in an average week I would do about 7 shows. So you add those Diddy shows that were on every day at 6 o'clock, I was about doing like 10 shows a week.
And honestly, I mean, even though at that point I was just in podcast format and not YouTube, although as you'll see in looking at my page, I'm slowly adding, even though they're older episodes, people may be interested in them, adding all of the podcast episodes to YouTube, so that people, if they find me on YouTube, they can go back and look at old episodes. And if you go back and look at them, what I would do is, of course, and I would, at that time I was doing once a week because I started podcasting in 2021. What I would do is, have a general theme of, topics from that week, or sometimes twice a week if it was a particularly news heavy week. And then do what I would call a deep dive on one of those topics. And there was a period of time, as you'll see it, and I see in looking at those episodes, because in adding them to the content, that those episodes did become a lot of cases, because there was, oh my gosh, not Orlando Bloom. Oh my gosh, tell me the crazy, goofy, oh, thank you so much. Oh, I love you.
No problem. We support our own here. It's all good.
Oh, I love this. Thank you so much. The goofy white guy, oh my gosh.
Johnny Depp and
okay, there was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Yes, so that case, and believe it or not, interesting footnote with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I think people just assume is all Hollywood in terms of where the case is. Just a fun Forrest Gump type moment. You know how Forrest Gump would end up in places where history was going down. Well, as we know, the first, because there were 2 Johnny Depp and Amber Heard cases. The first, the same content, but the first piece of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case occurred in Europe, because that's actually where she won, or the case was more favorable to her. And the issues were slightly different anyway. So that was the first case. And then the second case, and I don't know if people really followed that as much, but I did report on that one. So that was the first case. Then, and that's where a lot of the stuff about the poop in the bed and all that came out initially in the Europe case. But then there was the American case, which, as we know, is the one where he won. That case, the cameras were in the courtroom, so I don't think people even paid attention to where the case was physically held, because unlike the European case, we were all able to be there, so to speak, because it was a state case, and in state cases, you can have cameras in the courtroom with judge's permission. That case was right here in Fairfax, Virginia, a courthouse I go to regularly. So I would go there and see the line down the block for people to get in just to go to that case, which was a pain in the ass. And thank goodness for having an attorney badge, because and then at a certain point they did realize, do a separate line, because you were holding up people who are trying to get in the building for legitimate court business.
And with that being said, I wanted to ask you this. See, God knows everything when it's supposed to be time. Do you believe that because of the year that has been 2025, and for content creators, that some content creators like, Pam Esquire and others who have been about this, versus people like myself, and that's not to downgrade what we do, but y'all, there's a difference between electing yourself to talk about something and being about the business. of the totality of something that is beyond yourself. But with that being said, because you brought up the attorney's badge, do you believe that courts will be more open-minded to add content creator badges to
No, and they shouldn't. No. Because number one, there's but so many seats to get in. They are open to the public, so if you want a seat, you get in. And technically, if you're there as a content creator to report, then you are, yes, it's called content creation from the standpoint of where we are in history. But if you're there to report, then you are media. So what you do is, as far as I'm concerned, is get whatever you need to get to have a badge and be to be a part of the press. Now, I will tell you from that standpoint, as far as the press is concerned, the mainstream press does not have a special thing either. Now, when it comes to cameras in the courtroom, yes, there are, you know, they may apply for certain things for that, but the cameras, the courtroom, if there's going to be cameras in a courtroom for a trial, they'll just equip the court with cameras so that there's not space taken up, because the most important thing is the administration of justice, not that the world be entertained.
Okay, understandable.
You know, and that's no shade, because, you know, I do this work too. Yes. So but from the most important thing is not you or I. The most important thing is that justice be done. So as long as the courtroom is open to the public, then that should be good enough. And if you want to be there for content, then you get there early. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. And like I said, of course, there are going to be instances, as we've seen, where if the courtroom is big enough, like for instance in Los Angeles, you know, like we certainly saw that we have certainly seen in the past that there are certain trials where there will be some what is obviously news media cameras, not, you know, just closed circuit, like there's ABC News cameras in the courtrooms. I think that's a matter of space, is also at the judge's discretion, because it's up to the chief judge, etc. So that's where that comes in. But the actual people, the other thing when it comes to the media in the courtroom and having special badges and stuff and phones and all of that, is, again, the most important thing is the administration of justice. It can be downright dangerous when people willy-nilly are in there, you're taking pictures, you are, you know, wielding cameras that could be disruptive, that can intimidate jury members. It can just make people feel uncomfortable. You have police officers who may have to testify. Their identity is important, you know, so there's a lot that goes into it. But again, it is open to the public. Even with these federal cases, the only difference with the federal and the state, although not every state allows cameras, that's a state by state thing. The only difference, and really is a locality thing, because again, there are some courthouses that are in like Doohickville who are like, we just don't have the capability for all of that and it's too disruptive. So our chief justice is like, no, sir. I mean, I've been in some courtrooms where I'd be concerned, you know, especially and I'm in Virginia, and I'm in Northern Virginia. So I'm like in the, you know, around the cities outside of DC. But there are certainly instances where I've been hired for cases where I am in the boonies, and I'd be concerned that if you plug up a high power camera, you might burn the courthouse down. I mean, there are still places like that.
Oh, wow. Good thing.
There's still places like that in the country. Like, there are still places that where I have gone to a courthouse and all the pictures on the wall everybody looks like George Washington or Abraham Lincoln, and I'm concerned about whether or not I should be there. And then I see like one black deputy and be like, I hope he's like us. Because I don't know if I'm okay. And then I have to look at my client if that client just happens to be black and be like, what the hell convinced you to drive through here?
Yes.
Just a quick aside, I represented this young man once who he and his friends decided they were going to just have their own little spree of stealing cars and just, I don't know, driving them to the gas run. I don't know what the end game was.
Is a video game, y'all. It's a crime in real life.
I don't know what the end game was. But the problem with doing shit and you end up in places that they don't have nothing to do, you know that phrase, we got time today?
Yes.
So there are many, many places, more places than not in this country, because not every place is a New York City, Philly, Chicago, DC, whatever. And we can pull those places in every state, right? Even including New York and Jersey and PA. There are many places all over this country, more than less. You look at the map and see the red versus the blue, and you can drive yourself in a county where they got time for your ass. So see, you might be able to steal a car in one county and drive through another county where they be like, you know what, our docket is too crowded. Let the next county he drive through deal with it. And you end up in one of those counties because they know that next county got time for your ass. Because what is their sheriff Roscoe Pico train doing all day? Nothing but waiting on you. And so homeboy had charges in 6 different counties.
Oh my God, child.
And 2 of those, absolutely, because some of those counties he was eluding the police and then went into the next county, they charged him too. So then I had to coordinate with district attorneys with very different politics from one another, from different counties, to try to formulate one deal. Because I mean, he did do this. But anyway, and there was one county where we went through and I looked at his mother and saw the tears in her eyes, and I had to catch myself from, having tears in my eyes because I have.
Oh, sure.
And this county, and I won't say what county it was, but this county, they still wear black and white stripes in their jail, in the county jail.
Oh my God.
That was in one county. Because when I went to visit him, I was like, is it Halloween? The fuck?
Not Halloween. Go, Card. I'm not doing this with you. Not Halloween.
I mean, for real. I was like, they was in his dress like life. I said, what on earth? I was like, okay. I said to his mom, I said, oh, you got to bring some clothes to the courthouse for me to take in the back and hopefully, and get permission for him to change clothes. Because I don't want you to see him like this. And then I did not realize that I dealt with that problem of her not seeing him in the black and white, but I didn't realize in another one of those counties, they bring them to court with the shackles on their ankles.
Oh my.
So you can imagine his mother's face.
Oh yeah.
Seeing her baby shuffle into the courtroom. Because when you have those chains on, there is literally nothing you could do but shuffle.
Yeah.
Because just like you see on TV where them chains ain't that long. And part of the reason they're short is because what you don't often see on TV is that because they chain you together.
Right.
So, I mean, they're chaining you together at the wrist, like, your wrist, and then the next person and the next person. But of course, if you can move too much in the ankles, you'll be yanking the line all over the place. So, and of course, it helps the deputy, even if it's you, keep better control of you because your feet can't do too much.
Right.
So, but anyway, I say all that to say that there are places where trying to get cameras and media and social media and all that into the courthouse is the least of your effing problems.
Oh no, absolutely. And listen, this is the blessing of finding your people. And this is literally on my dream board. Somewhere, someone is looking for exactly what you have to offer, not fifth, not quarter, or half. The reason why sometimes people who might have a short attention span is because they don't know how to utilize people who might be long-winded or who might take some miles to be able to get to the point as a tool. But because we have created that space over here, sometimes it does take you a minute for the point to. And I'm not saying you are a long way, but
no, that's fine. I already know I talk too much.
No, child, same. Nice to meet you, Brandon. I'm glad to have you here. But no, I say that because I think sometimes we live in such a society that we want it surmised, but we don't want to dig deep.
Yeah.
And digging deep can actually save us a lot of, financial hell and every other type of hell. But I appreciate you going down that path of the content creator badge, because I just kind of thought that with the year it was, maybe it wouldn't be, an official badge, but at least a conversation could start, because
but your media
that popped up, this year, that it could be an inkling.
But I think the thing that what content creators need to remember is ABC is a content creator. CBS is a content creator.
Right.
But of course, they are long-standing legacy media. But if you are in a social media space, you acting as a commentator and you are informing or what have you, you are media, at least for that purpose. Now, you may use it in a creative way, but if you think about it, and I have thought about it, look at it this way. When you look at magazine shows, because that's what we used to call them, like 60 Minutes or 2020 or Late Night and all of those, the news versions of it.
Yes.
Barbara Walters, when she would do her specials, those are magazine shows, but do you think they would call themselves any less than media? Because they're still, even though they are now having more of a conversation, they are rendering opinions. Depending if it's CNN, they may be a debate. Anderson Cooper, they're debating, they're giving opinions and whatever. Joy Reid debating, giving opinions. Don Lemon debating, giving opinions. Don Lemon lately cussing mofos out, which I'm not mad at. I love this new Don Lemon.
No,
I mean, because when he cussed out Donald Trump a couple days ago, I was like, yeah. Oh. But
I feel like with Don Lemon, these people who have went away from legacy media, I bet you at the end I bet shackles off, and I feel like they probably at the end of their life is like, this is the motherfucker that I couldn't be on TV.
That's exactly it. That's what Don Lemon. I think Don Lemon would say that. Joy Reid has certainly said that. Joy Reid has certainly said, "Oh, for real?" And when Don Lemon hit his 1 million subscribers, oh, he showed his whole ass, and I wasn't mad at it. I was like, you know what? You better just act a whole fool, because the reality of it is that 1 million subscribers that he has personally is probably higher than what he had on CNN.
Yes.
Because when you're on CNN, then your show is impacted by the lead-in, is also impacted on who comes after you, is impacted by who's mad at CNN that day, is impacted by the fact that you have a certain time slot. that if people aren't streaming and they just miss your show, they just miss it. You got a million subscribers because people are like, I can just come and see him any time of the day, and he's got strong numbers when he's live.
Yes, and not to mention too, it's more tangible. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, because he's interactive, and again, that's not even counting the number of people in his membership.
Correct.
Oh, he's killing it. Killing the game. He probably like, shoot, why didn't I do this shit sooner? And let's not forget, they had to pay him off.
Yes, they did.
Don Lemon didn't walk away without a payout because he proved that they was wrong.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And I'm sure, although she hasn't said it, MSNBC probably had to pay Joy Reid as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they didn't, I'm sure there's, as bold as she is, I'm sure there's even as much as she did say, there's probably even more that she would have said. Now, her payout probably was nowhere near as big as Don Lemon because they were not on the same scale in terms of the money that they were making. But you know, you can't diss me and think you're gonna get away scot-free. And
no, absolutely.
You. So, but anyway, I think that ultimately people who do what you do and others, I understand not the wanting to draw the distinction between themselves and legacy media. But the reality of it is that most people with common sense know the difference. I mean, legacy media is and always will be considered, because that's just what it's been for a million years. It will always be the big 3+1, because that's the way I grew up. Because Fox, I actually have been alive long enough to know that Fox was not a part of that group. Yep. So to me, it's the big 3+1 once you include Fox, and then of course CNN, MSNBC, and the other and Fox News, which has been obviously looped in with legacy media. But again, for me, because of being around for the evolution of all that, there in my mind, it's still cable news. But yeah, technically legacy media. People know the difference. But but I think that you call yourself media because you are media, and then you act accordingly. And I think that the Combs trial especially proves that, because a lot of people, in fact, I would venture even to say most people who actually took a strong interest, and certainly the ones who took a daily interest in that trial, got their information from some manner of content creator, in my mind, a media person that's non-traditional. Whether it was something someone sent them, even if it was just snippets that they would see. And then, of course, you had the nightly news that would do the report on it. But they did not get the full breadth of it, if they were interested in it to that degree, from legacy media. And even with cases that are televised, you still have to go outside of legacy media, because they may disrupt our regularly scheduled programming for certain things, but not for the entire trial. Like even with OJ, of course, all the networks, including the NBA finals, was disrupted for the chase, but it was like they still did a box within the box, because it was the freaking NBA finals.
Yes.
And so they didn't just, got a contract with NBA. And then the verdict, yes, they did go live for that. But everything else, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, you still had to go to a cable channel that, Court TV or whoever. I think CNN maybe now, because these channels do have like CNN 1 through 20 and MSNBC 57. I think that because of streaming, some of them did run it the entire time, but But even to the degree, like we started out talking about people's interest in it now,
Yes.
you still have to go to alternative sources if you want to take that deep dive. And that is where content creators have the potential to win, because you don't have those obligations to running an entire network.
Yes, no,
that legacy
absolutely.
media does. Because legacy media is typically a part of an entire network. And even if you do turn to CNN or on the cable channels, you know, you have like an ABC Now that has, or CBS Now that will have the news all day as a part of a legacy network. They're still doing everything around the world. They're still not going to run one whole trial all day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to that point with ABC News Live, NBC News Now, and CBS 24/7, even live now with Fox. I think that, you know, legacy media understood that we can utilize streaming for more cultural moments where we can't use the power of legacy media. And I even said this on one of my lives. I'm like, one day somebody's going to say, I'm live from New York, content creator for, how did I say it? Live from New York, I'm Brandon Lee, content creator for ABC News. Like, I do see that eventually happening.
And they are absolutely using the people. I mean, look how many now, there hasn't been great results, because I think they have to remember that who is popular in terms of the number of streams still may not be the person for what you need them for in terms of expertise. And you probably already know, because you jumped in what I'm going to say, which is that you do see them understanding, especially to capture an audience, you know, 30 and below, that they, you know, have to put some content creators on the red carpets and at the big events and what have you. I think where the misses have been, there are some people who did it kind of right, and I'll get to that. Remind me, BET, and when you say that in a few moments, I'll go back to that point. Sure. But I think where the misses have happened is they have focused on people's numbers as opposed to focusing on the fact that while somebody's numbers may not be as high in terms of this person only having 100,000 followers or 200,000 followers, and this person having millions of followers, that the person with the 100,000 followers or 200,000 followers has the expertise that makes them being on that carpet makes sense. It makes it respectful to the people who are there for whatever the reason is. And quite frankly, that's still 100 or 200,000 people that you didn't have watching. Because at the end of the day, with the decline in the numbers for a lot of these, and I don't mean it in terms of legacy media, I'm going to say legacy events. And I'm using that term only in terms of the fact that there are events that are 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old. You know, like these big red carpet events. Because of the decline in numbers, you getting another 100,000 people to watch is still nothing to sneeze at. Because just because you get somebody who has 1 million views, that doesn't mean you're going to get 1 million new viewers on your carpet. If you hire Kai Cenat to be on the Oscars red carpet, in my opinion, all you're doing is potentially setting up not only Kai Cenat to look like an asshole, but you're also setting up the people on the red carpet to feel disrespected by having some goofball interview them because it's funny for their viewers.
Correct.
Somebody that they don't know, whose work they don't know, whose work they don't have any respect for, and essentially you're just going to make me feel made fun of just because my kid knows you, so what?
Right.
And guess what? Once that red carpet is over, those kids are not going to stick around to watch the damn show. So it didn't help
No,
your
you're
viewers.
absolutely right.
And you potentially cause somebody on the red carpet to feel disrespected. We have seen incident after incident where they have put these people on the red carpet, and we know they have because of their viewers, only for them not to know who the person is, not to whatever. And I don't want to hear anybody telling me, because remember the infamous Babyface incident with that content creator, and people are like, well, Babyface.
Oh, yes, with Busta Rhymes and yeah.
Yeah, but there was one with Babyface, and they were like, well, how is that person supposed to know Babyface? If Babyface is here because he has a lifetime of hits, then this person, if you had a content creator whose forte is music, they would know who he is. So that's the content creator who needs to be there. And then the people who follow them over here because they are fans of that person, you will still get those viewers.
Oh,
You
wait a
get
minute.
somebody
I think
over here who,
No, I was just gonna say I think that was at the Grammys or some type of event. I was thinking Busta Rhymes and Tracy Morgan. But to that point, and in our anthem, I always say anybody can be a creator, it takes somebody to be an artist. To that point, that I'll give it back to you. I think Nikki News can vouch for this too. One thing to know and two things for sure, as we about to get to 1 million total views, I have not just the expertise, but I also have the stamina, because it is easy for you to cover the Oscars from your place. It is a difference where you got to be up at 5 o'clock in the damn morning to get to the Dolby Theater, to see the setup, to do mic check, to do audio check, to have
to
a
take the time to know who's going to be there, what they did, and all of those things. I have a page on Facebook. It's called the Fashion and Drama Diaries. Have over 2,500 followers on that page. And I started it, it's 10th anniversary this year, as a matter of fact, in 2015, because I would always, because I love fashion as well. And so I would, and I love award shows and just TV period, but I love award shows, it's a specialty of mine. So on my regular Facebook page, I would talk about the fashion, I do all the stuff. And it got to a point where if an award show was coming on and I wasn't home, people would text me and be like, Jonda, you know the such award show's on, you're not home. So when I was having surgery in early 2015, and Empire was about to come on the air, and Love and Hip Hop, it kind of just started then too. And so I said, you know what, I'm just going to start a page and I'm going to talk about these shows and whatever. And so I kicked it off with that year's Grammy Awards, the 2015, and then Empire started maybe about 2 weeks later. So anyway, I say all that. So my point in saying that is, when I do an award show, and this is what I had to explain to people, and they were like, "Oh my goodness, it's you're giving us your fashion reviews." I said, me doing the fashion reviews for the show for you, and watching the show if I choose to, if it's a year that I'm interested in. This year, I think I'm interested. I said, for you all, let's take the Oscars in particular. I said the Oscars and the Grammys, but both, and Oscars especially, is especially long. It always goes overtime. It's usually about 8 p.m. Eastern to damn near midnight.
Yes.
I said, for you all, it is that time to when you turn it off. I said, for me, it is many more hours before that, because I start watching the red carpet so I could get the fashion. While I am doing that, I said, when the show starts, I have one eye on the show, but my other eye, because I like the stuff to be timely. And mind you, this is just for Facebook. Yes. I said, my other eye is still on my computer, because I am taking the time. If E or whoever I'm watching does not tell me what that person is wearing, I am taking the time to look up on Vogue and whatever to figure out what the person's wearing. And if I don't know who the person is, because it just may be somebody I don't know, I take the time to find out who it is and what they're wearing, and then give you my opinion about what they're wearing. So just the pre-fashion show, I am still doing that 2 hours into the actual telecast. Luckily, the good awards really don't start until much later. I said, so it is a much longer process for me. Now, how does that tie in? It ties into exactly what you're saying about what you really do and the people that you really want in those scenarios, because you are not only having someone do your show, but you're having someone do it who actually cares about what's going on, who is into what's going on. And certainly I don't have the numbers of some of these other people, right? My 2,500 people, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but there are people who care about it just as much or even more, because they actually got the money out there wearing the clothes and putting it all on Instagram and whatever, who have hundreds of thousands of viewers. But because you want to go to the low-hanging fruit, because to me, going to like a Kai Cenat or one of them, that's low-hanging fruit, because he's got 10 million viewers and Kevin Hart comes to his house. So you go and get him and throw him on a red carpet and expects him to interview people and be serious about it, know who they are, have watched their movies. And if we're talking about fashion, actually do their fashion. That's, to me, it's silly. So on the one hand, while I will compliment some of these entities for recognizing that they do need to open themselves up to social media and content creators and whatever, because you need the audience that can bring you.
Yes.
Take the time to be to use content creators that actually care about what you are doing, and actually have loyal followings and audiences who will go with them anywhere, but they care too, because if I'm watching a fashion person, it is because I'm interested in fashion. And so that means if you send them to the Fashion Institute Awards, I am going to follow them there, and then I'm going to watch your show, and now you have more viewers.
No, absolutely. And not to mention too, and we've covered so many media stories over here. Nick, if anybody asked you, Jonda, or Nikki News, or anybody, does Brandon know what he's doing? I would say, yes. So I gotta be on Good Morning America for my morning hit. Then I gotta be on live with Kelly and Mark, because the morning after I gotta be live there for that. Then of course I gotta do a live hit for The View. Then of course I gotta take something for Tamron Hall. Then I gotta take something for GMA3. And it's just like, wait, how do you know all that? That's what I give a fuck about the system that is helping me elevate. Like, just
Exactly. And so now I mentioned BET. BET had it. Now they've gotten it right a couple of times, but I never forget one time when I was like, gosh, you got it really right. You're going to bring some additional people over. And then they screwed it up because of homophobia in the back office. But when they reached out to have B. Scott, you remember that whole
yes, that was
that whole drama. And he was perfect for it. Hi, thank you, Nikki News. That's so sweet. And I'm definitely going to follow you. Is this your YouTube channel? Is that her YouTube channel, or is that Instagram? Because the screen is tiny the way it has it set up.
That is Nikki News's YouTube channel. I'll put
I'm gonna use my phone now that it is charged up, and I'm gonna follow her right now so I don't forget.
So, but and like I said, this is what we mean by, I always say anybody can be a creator, but it takes somebody to be an artist. That's in our anthem. And I say that not to diminish creators, but knowing instinctively of like knowing when your hits are, this, that, and the third is so important. Like, for example, with Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve, Dick Clark would start his morning at Good Morning America, and then he would do all the local stations leading up to the ball drop. do the show, and then he would stay up until 3 a.m. But that's because he understands the system. And to your point, and I will say what Casanat has done is huge, but
it's amazing.
But when you compare a Casanat to a Braylon Lee, and y'all please don't take this the wrong way, I have the time, energy, and commitment to be that nerd and understand the system, because I understand that the system is a tool that will allow me to understand the room I'm in. But
that's because that's the room you want to be in. There's space for everyone. So I use that example, and it may sound like I'm, being, the old get off my lawn lady. I don't mean that at all. I only use that as an example to say that there is a lane for everybody, and there is not only is there a lane for everybody, but there's enough lanes for everybody to eat. Because Absolutely. At the end of the day, him not being in a space that not only doesn't serve the individuals that are encountering him, but doesn't necessarily change his numbers one way or the other, or help the broader context of the show. In fact, for people who are watchers of the show without the stunts, it's actually a turnoff for us.
Yeah.
So it's not serving. So my point is, it's not serving anyone to have people outside of their lane. And again, not suggesting that how they, like, you've had people tell basketball players shut up and dribble. No, not at all. Not everything is for everybody. He not only has a lane that has blown up for him and has given him an extraordinary place that I even, know his name with no real reason to, one way or the other. Because it's not like I'm going to sit through his content other than like when my kids are like, look at Kevin Hart, whatever. But he, has created an incredible lane, and other people have been inspired by him and have grown things. So that's amazing. And the fact that he's a young brother, I'm definitely, him, Drewski, all of them. Fantastic, because when you look at some of these other folks, and you and I know some of them who shall remain nameless, who have built up huge platforms and spaces and have done it in ways that have been abusive. They've stolen other people's ideas and all kinds of other stuff. And to see these young people doing it on the strength of just their personalities, really, like sitting up, chilling and connecting with one another and blowing up from there. So God bless them. I am just suggesting that if that is your lane, and you are not going to step outside of the box that you have created for yourself when you are in other spaces, then just do things that work within your box.
Yeah.
So and that's not really a him issue at all. Because at the end of the day, if you get a call and somebody is backing up the Brinks truck to you, because I know they pay him a good check when he does these things, because again, he makes enough money and has enough viewers to be able to tell him no. So he's not going to them. They're coming to him.
Correct.
So if they're coming to you and they're backing up the Brinks truck and saying, we're going to bring the stalls, we're going to do this and do that, and we just want you to stand there with a microphone or whatever, because as he knows, because he's not stupid, we're hoping to capitalize off of you and your viewers, because we know that you're going to be on Twitch saying, guess where I'm going to be tomorrow, and then all of your people are going to follow you, then he's going to take the gig. The onus is on the people who are recognizing that there is value in having the content creators in these spaces and then not being lazy or discriminatory about the content creators they use. Because let's be clear, in a lot of these spaces, they wouldn't even be considering somebody Black, and certainly a young Black man, if his numbers were not so astronomical.
That part.
They would do what they typically do and go to the next in a long line of mediocre white girls trying to be a Kardashian or a Sweeney.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And this is the thing too. You know, there's a scripture in the Bible that says your gift will make room for you. Yes. And I say that because I believe that there should be a distinction, a difference, and an understanding that that even though you don't do this, that doesn't mean that you can't, but you have to be
and I hope, I'm so glad you said that, because I don't want anybody to walk away from this with that idea, which is why I said it before and I'll say it again, that idea that I am suggesting just shut up and dribble. Absolutely not. But if you don't have anything, but even in that context, while I do not agree with that in it generally, because we know, again, there's some racial undertones to that and notions that Black people are not intelligent and athletes are dumb and that whole thing. But if we put that part to the side and are just viewing it without the negative undertones from a purely academic standpoint, I do agree that if you don't have anything to add to the conversation, that if there is a conversation going on about, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and you haven't taken the time to educate yourself about the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, and you decide to interject yourself into that discussion, talking all out the crack your ass about what's going on, in your living room, then yes, you do need to just shut up and dribble.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And so that's the same thing here. If you are going into that space, even if and that's where I am going to beat up on some of these people. I'm going to stop saying his name because he's not the only one. I'm also going to say it about that little, mediocre white girl with the situation with Babyface.
Yes.
If you are going into that space, there is a onus. I'm not going to, yes, it is. The people need to stop being lazy and go for the low-hanging fruit, which is just who has the biggest numbers. But at the same time, you should have a certain level, and, there's a whole other conversation about why it doesn't exist, a certain level of integrity that when you take that gig and that you are going to the Grammys, that you should show up and know something or someone other than who was on the pop charts in the last 12 months.
Absolutely. Without question.
You need to go, and no different than I need to go, because I am a music lover and I do love fashion. I love all those things. That would be a dream job for me. And even though I may feel like I am, I know this and that about music and I know this and that about whatever, I don't know everything. So I do need to make sure that not only do I know who's nominated, because that of course gives you an idea of who's probably going to show up. I want to know how, try to make sure that I have name face recognition, or at least make arrangements to have somebody in my ear who can help me with that, because with the technology we have, there's no effing excuse for that. And then, and on top of that, I also know how to correctly pronounce your name once I do have the name face recognition. So those things, so there is still a level of integrity that the content creator should have, as opposed to just grabbing the check. And I am not going. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, one of the best people to showcase that you can be yourself and still have range as Michael Strahan.
Yep.
That brother and what he has done in his career. If y'all hear that there is an overall deal with Braylon Lee and Smack Entertainment and Michael Strahan, Constance Schwartz, y'all ain't gotta worry about shit. We gonna be just fine. Because what that brother did, he went on the best damn sports show, period. He did commercials. His first gig was Fox NFL Sunday. Then on top of that, imagine Regis Philbin, who I'm sad that me and him have never got to do a podcast together. Because we would, a black man from Little Rock, Arkansas, and a white man from New York City. That would have been an amazing podcast.
Yeah,
but
and Regis was hilarious.
Oh, absolutely. So imagine, you don't know if you can do this. Had not been for Michael Strahan, I really believe it would have been a struggle for Kelly Ripa to still have a career, that show to be on TV. I said what the fuck I said. So for him to come into an institution like that and then go to GMA, he really didn't want to go to GMA, but ABC saw something that you're saying, Jonda, of we don't need you to be Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos. They gonna do what they do. We need you to be that relatable person. So with me being Braylon Lee, if they say, hey, Bray, can you cover the ABC News election on ABC News Live? Okay, well, let's sit down and talk about this, because I'm not Robin and I'm not George. But there is a social pinning to elections. So do you want the election coverage to be from a social construct? Because if you want that, then cool, I got my lane, sit down, shut the fuck up, move out my way. But
I'm not going to sit here and break down. I'm saying if I were you, and let's say I'm helping to negotiate that for you.
Yes.
My client is not, here to break down the specifics of every single thing on the candidate's platform. But what my client will discuss is, because my client is educated and he has read the platform, my client will discuss how, what the impact of that platform could be.
Correct.
Socially, from a and from a cultural standpoint.
Yes.
Because that is where his lane is. And there is a lane for that, because people do, when people discuss these things, rarely do people outside of a news context, an academic context, or a politically driven context where, they're trying to debate the issues at the local town hall. For the most part, and even at the local town hall, because if you're at the local town hall, it's usually because whatever the issue is impact the people who show up are showing up because whatever that issue is impacting them personally.
Yes.
Because other than that, they got a family to feed and dinner to cook. So for the most part, when people, even after they finish watching, News This Sunday, or the McLaughlin Report, or any of those shows, ultimately even they know that they have to end with some kind of social commentary, because ultimately, no matter how much information you may give people from just a purely academic or informational standpoint, like we want you to know what's going on in such and such country and whatever. Ultimately, when people discuss it among themselves, which I think is why social media is what it is, and why content creators have been able to do, like yourself, there is a space and continues to be a space for us, is because even after you talk about those things, after you give the information on those things, people want to have that conversation about its relation in real life.
Absolutely.
And their opinions, even if it doesn't have anything to do with them, ultimately it's their opinions. Yes. I am going to read, if when I get the information regarding a case, just like the information we had today. If I were doing this on my own channel, which I'll probably at this point do tomorrow, when I am doing this on my own channel, I am going to, just from an informational standpoint, because not everybody has it in their hands, and because I am a good reader and I'm expressive and not boring, I am going to read it to them word for word, but I'm also going to give you commentary in between, because at the end of the day, people still want to have the conversations that they would be having with their mom. When you are having a conversation with your mom about what's going on in the news, you're not just spitting facts at one another.
No, absolutely. And there's this old school saying of everybody should mind their own business. I have flipped that term of, it's not that you don't have any business to get. How do I always say? Everybody says mind your own business. It's not that you don't have any business. You just got to get your mind on what your business is.
Mm-hmm.
So there's many lanes on the highway. You just have to find your lane. So if I'm hosting Oscars coverage, listen, and honestly, tell you the truth, when it comes to awards coverage, I honestly believe that fan engagement is not there. So
not anymore.
Right, exactly. So with me, I understand it is difficult to find a person like this.
That's why we all love Joan Rivers on the red carpet.
Yes.
And the difference was people said, oh, well, she would be nasty. No, she said the shit that we were saying in our living rooms.
Absolutely, without question.
You could call it nasty if you want to, but Joan was saying the same stuff we were saying. Joan would say, who are you wearing? You tell her, and she'd be like, I don't know why he made that, because that is ugly. And you know what? We were thinking the same thing.
Yes.
And we may not have always agreed with the person. There are things that she said were cute that I didn't think were cute. There are things she said were cute that I did think she was cute. And the same thing on the other end. There are things that she said were ugly. And I'm like, no, actually, I think that's interesting. And that's fine too. That's why it was great that she had a panel, because then they didn't always agree. But the point is that whether you agreed or disagreed with her or the people on their panel, that is the discussions we were having in our own houses. So when you're saying that she's not mean. What you don't like, so let's make the distinction. What you don't like is the fact that she is saying it, and the people that she is saying it about are going to know that she said it because she's saying it publicly. But we all said it. We just didn't say it to your face.
And with Joan Rivers, when anybody asks me what's the best way to be a host,
she could get away with it because she was a comedian as well.
Yes, absolutely. And if anybody ever asks me what's the best way to host, I always say hosting is recognizing that you're in the room, but the room is not about you, but you are the conductor to guide people through an experience. That's the best way I can say hosting is. So
and
to
Nikki,
have somebody that
she had the personality for the gig.
Yes, absolutely. To have somebody, yes.
Oh, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say, to have somebody understand the magnitude of the room they're in, but understand the intimacy that's need to be given, that you can't teach that. Either you have it or you fucking don't.
You don't. And the other piece with her, to piggyback on what Nikki said, when she had the personality for the gig, remember, she also had a personality that did not have an issue with making fun of herself. Joan had been making fun of herself long before we saw her on a red carpet. Joan admitted, and I think that's what was the cool dichotomy of Joan, is why I loved her to the end, that there were two pieces of her which kind of made for me icon status, even in her womanness, because I don't know if she would necessarily classify herself as a feminist, so I'm not gonna label her one way or the other, but she was definitely a womanist in the sense that she recognized, although after the fact, after she had already done many things to herself, that her male counterparts had made her feel such a way about her looks that she internalized that, and of course began the process of, you know, plastic surgeries and changing her look. Once, obviously, she realized that, but she had already done it. But the cool thing was when those same effing people made fun of her about that, she was not gonna let them have it a second time, and then went full throttle like, yeah, this is my 17th nose, and what?
Yep.
And I love that, because even though they may not have understood that's what she was doing, because they were too busy making fun, but what she was really doing was taking that shit back from you. You got me once, you're not going to get me a second time. Because now I'm going to use that to take my star even higher by talking shit about myself before you can. And in fact, now that I done did all this stuff, I got to keep doing it to keep it up. So I'm going to get some more, and then I'm going to talk about that too.
Right. No, she utilized herself as a resource. And I think people don't really understand why some people, I always say heroes are temporary, legends are permanent. Legends do what needs to be done regardless of the outcome, even when there is the possibility of people not liking it. Heroes just
even when she had, even if you have to pivot, however many times, pivot, pick yourself up, whatever the case may be, because sometimes you get knocked down, so it may not be a pivot, it may be picking yourself up completely off the floor.
Yes.
All of those times that she did it. But going back to the gig that many people who did not know her for actually the groundbreaking thing she did, because remember, first woman on nighttime television, all of those things.
Yes.
You know, there are many people, obviously, because she was on the red carpet for so long. There's some people that grew up with seeing her on the red carpet and only knowing her in that context, never realizing she had a standing gig at still in the comedy clubs in New York, if not every Wednesday, I think one Wednesday a month. And so because either Joy Behar or Whoopi, either one of them, both of them still do it. But at any rate, she it made her even more perfect for that, because she loved fashion, because Joan knew fashion. Like, don't get it twisted. Joan could be breaking down some designers because Joan had money.
Yes.
Joan had money.
Yes.
And so Joan had money for the designers. She wasn't like a lot of these heifers, especially like these housewives and stuff, that, you know, are sitting there like faking money. Joan had money. I remember Melissa's wedding, her first wedding. Joan had, was it the Plaza? It was either the Plaza or the Waldorf Astoria just turned into, for Melissa's wedding, and you could look this up, I am not lying, turned it into Petersburg in the winter. As in Petersburg, Russia in the winter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because that was the motif that she wanted.
Right.
And their friends had money. Because, you know, Joan had old Hollywood money. So Melissa's registry had shit on it like Wolf Ranges. that was her wedding registry. And I remember that because Joan and Melissa were good friends with Howard Stern. And I was a listener at that time, and he was invited to Melissa's wedding, obviously, because he was friends with Joan. You know, they're all New Yorkers. And he literally him and Robin read Melissa's registry. I'll never forget. They read it on the air because they was like, this bitch got a lot of nerve.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and you could just not buy it.
Right. But also, too, something.
Oh, yep. See, Nikki remembers. Okay, Nikki knew. Preston Bailey. Yes, ma'am.
But also, too, I think a lot of people don't recognize.
I'm loving Nikki. We already vibing, girl.
Yeah. Yes, Nikki News is fantastic people.
Yeah,
but something else that I think people
she knows Preston Bailey. Turn that joint into a Russian St. Petersburg winter. I said, I'll be damned.
And a lot of people don't really recognize that the reason why some people I remember Carl Farrell on the Steve Harvey Morning Show said, man gets awards and God gives rewards is because sometimes how you carry yourself can make you have a long-lasting career where your accolades can't.
Mm-hmm.
And Joan, I mean, you talk about, like, there's a documentary called Johnny Carson, the King of Late Night. If y'all have not seen that,
Yes.
please go watch it. It is so good. And one of those things was they said when Johnny Carson was good, he was good.
Yes, Nikki, we all love Melissa's wedding. The marriage didn't last 10 minutes, but the wedding was fabulous.
Right. And when Johnny Carson came out that multicolored current, he was good. But when he was done, he was aloof. And I've always prayed to God, this gift that you gave me, please do not let me be so good that I can't enjoy it. And people don't really recognize the magnitude of the media industry. That's why I do get pissed off when people say, well, all you gotta do is just wake up and read a prompter, this, that. I'm like, no, their existence is determined by you giving a fuck about them. That is terrifying.
Well,
and people don't understand those connections that you make can be. No, go ahead.
No, I would say it takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. It really does.
No, absolutely.
It really does. That's why you'll see a comedian and they'll go off stage and they, you know, they'll be like, please don't make me do a meet and greet.
Yeah,
because they're
absolutely.
Especially a person who performs solo. I mean, like a singer or dancer, you already know. I mean, that because that's physical energy, but people don't understand the mental gymnastics and the engagement of an audience, because you've also got the build up, the psyching yourself up and the build up before you even perform.
Without question.
Yeah, and then you have the actual performance itself.
Yep.
I know for me, I have given, now if it's a short speech, you know, if someone calls me, yeah, we need a hot 5 from you. Okay, fine. Especially if they, give me a defined topic, I can come up with it, I'll do what I need to do, research, whatever. I mean, it obviously depends on what it is, or if it's a topic that I've spoken about before, I keep notes of everything I do. I'll refer back to some stuff, put it together. Okay, fine. But if I am doing something where somebody says to me, we need it's not a hot 5. I'm like, because I always ask, how much time. And if I have somebody that tells me it's pretty much for me, probably 20 or more minutes, that is a lot of energy. Even if it's online, you still have to keep people engaged. So it's a lot. Like, even if I'm, I do for a different company on top, because I have 57 jobs. So in addition to being an attorney, I also, my after hours, I also do bedroom candy sales. And even if I do a seminar or do a demonstration at someone's, at someone's event or home or whatever, I am on, because I don't believe in anything being boring. And some people, don't care. So that's one thing, but that's just not my personality. So if I am giving you full me and it's more than 30, 40 minutes, and let alone me doing an entire demonstration or whatever, I am freaking exhausted. Someone invited me to do to speak to a group, and it was 25 minutes. And then at the end of the 25 minutes, some of the women raised their hand, and I looked at the host, because I didn't mind. I looked at the host, and she was like, okay, we could give you another 15 minutes, which I didn't mind, because if they're engaged, I took that as a compliment.
Yes.
But that 30 minutes of engaging them, and I walk and pace when I'm talking, so that 30 minutes of engaging them and moving and pacing and whatever, and then I am exhausted. And in a trial, forget about it. I'm not going to sleep the night before, because my mind is racing. with prep. And then, of course, you know, you're on for however many hours or entire days that the trial is going on. And if it's more than one day, that also means I'm not going to sleep the next night and the next night until it's over. But when I get home, I'm like, I'm like somebody hit me by a bus. Like I got hit by a bus. And that is because if you are on and you have to keep people engaged, and in a trial, especially when it's if you know, like when it's the prosecution or the other side, if it's a civil trial, you know, whatever, I still got to be actively paying attention so that I can make sure I grab any good points, take notes, whatever, be ready for cross-examination. And then, of course, when it's my turn, I've got to be on. I've got to be engaging. If they're not engaged with me, then they're not engaged with whatever it is that I am trying to convey with them about my client. It really is what it really is. Have you ever seen Chicago?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you've seen. Well, I'll go based on the movie. So you saw the movie, right? Richard Gere played the lawyer, and he did that big routine about the razzle dazzle. But that's what you're doing.
Yes.
That whole song he's giving, yes, is like fun. Like he's making it seem like he's doing a sleight of hand with it. But the truth behind that is you are engaging these, you do have to engage the people. If you bore them or they don't like you or whatever, that impacts your client.
No, absolutely. And
if you have a client that they are predisposed not to like because of whatever they're accused of, you have to engage them because you've got to change their mind to whatever it is that they have already been predisposed to hate about your client. Because the more problematic the issue is, the more they are predisposed not to like the client, no matter what bullshit they've said on voir dire about their ability to look at the facts.
Right. And to your points of being an attorney, also doing bedroom candy, which I've always wanted to go to one just for the entertainment, just to people watch, but that's neither here nor there. But to that,
what's really funny is some of my best customers are either men or wives who are a little on the fence and connect me with their husband, and the husband, I'm like, your wife was or girlfriend was concerned about whether or not, and they're like, hell yeah, buddy.
And you know what?
I have never ever had a partner go, yeah, you're right. I don't think she should get that.
And you know what? This is the thing too. My
I had one mofo hand me a credit card and be like, whatever she wants.
Oh my God. That was a good day for you for sure. No, I was going to say my parents gave me, you know, the biggest business principle that I use. Braylon, every time we give you an inch, you make it a mile. And doing, whether it's bedroom candy, being an attorney, hosting, it is what are the inches that are happening in the experience in real time that no one else is paying attention to. So, for example, when Ryan Seacrest is hosting American Idol, everybody sees, you know, dim the lights and here we go. Well, after the intro, which by the way, that's all prompter, everybody. But
and remember, they started with the two Ryan. See, again, I'm old, so I'm not old. I'm seasoned and gorgeous, but I was there for OG American Idol.
Yes, Brian Dunkelman and Ryan Seacrest. So after all that, it's, you know, dim the lights and here we go. And this is American Idol. As the intro is playing, Ryan Seacrest is watching a monitor, waiting for the announcer. Here's your host, Ryan Seacrest. Ryan says where, you know, the competition is. Then he's got to bring out the judges. As he is, as the show is going on, he's backstage watching the contestant, waiting for them to be done. Then got to get to the judges. Then do 866-01. What you're not seeing in his ear is an IFB. Robin, George, Michael, most broadcasters have that. That IFB is a direct link to the control room. Sometimes the intros are taped because it's live. So when people say, "Oh, all he's got to do is just read the prompter," I'm like, "Child, he's got to do pre-rehearsal. He's got to record promos. Like it's more than you think." Go ahead, John.
No. I agree with you. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying. It's the whole thing.
Yeah. And when you and I think to your point of content creators need to understand that their individuality is their power, but them recognizing how the system can help them, can benefit and help them, is just as important as their individuality.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if I'm in Hollywood, no, go ahead.
No, we want you to be who you are, because that is what you bring to the table.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that, and I think that that's where sometimes things get lost. And this is not a content creator thing. This is the push and pull of people all the time. I know for my generation and beyond, it's that, and especially being African American, you know, we talk about code switching and all of those things, you know, so you get into that whole, because I think that this kind of plays into what you're saying, that whole, well, I'm just keeping it real and whatever. You can keep it real, but that doesn't mean you have to keep it real dumb. Nobody is saying don't be you, but you can also be you. Walk in a room being totally who you are, and still being aware and educated about the room you're in. And to me, it's also about a respect thing, and that's why I said integrity comes into play, because it's about mutual respect. You are going onto this red carpet or into this situation with individuals who, let's take, because we were talking about red carpet, so let's just continue then I train. Going onto this thing, this platform, these individuals are coming, this is what they do, this is their space. Okay, even if it's the Met Gala and it's, you know, it's still all about fashion. So yes, the designer is there with his muse, you know, or the stylist is there with their muse, you know, if you're gonna go like with like for instance Law Roach and Zendaya, obviously even he's not a designer, but his connection to her is so integral that he walks with her most of the time, as opposed to the designer, whereas a lot of the people walk with their designer. But whatever. The point is, this is what they are there for. It is a celebration of course, what the theme is, but most importantly, the fashion and the work of the designer that has put this individual in their clothes, who is also very honored to not only be in the clothes but also to be invited to the event, the whole thing. So when you are there, yes, you are bringing something to the table, i.e. whatever your potential audience is, and they invited you as well. So no shade to you, because hell, you're here and I'm here. So are you better than me? No, I'm not saying that Zendaya and Law are better than you. What I'm saying is that it should be a mutual respect for the place.
Absolutely.
If you are there and you are going to be in this space and talking to these individuals, doing some kind of hosting duties and whatever, then it should be a symbiotic situation where we are here, I'm here building up my, entering into a different space. I'm bringing my audience, but this is also expanding my reach into this new space.
Without question.
And then for you, obviously, I'm exposing you to my audience who may or may not care, but they're watching. So who knows? Something may reach them. So because of that, to me, it is not so much of me licking your boots or kowtowing to you, because we're both here.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
But it is a mutual respect thing.
Right.
So, like for instance, they've announced this year's co-hosts and chairs and whatever, and it's Beyonce. I think Asia Wilson. It's several people, both black and white. Several people, some guys, all of them. That's great. So no, it's not. So yes, Beyonce, the Beehive is going to be in full effect, I'm sure, right? Especially because she hasn't been in a couple of years. So the Beehive's going to be in full effect and what have you. So of course that's bringing more eyes or whatever. But that is not for her to walk up and be like, I don't have to care about who else is going to be here and the other designers that are going to be in play because I'm Beyonce and I'm bringing the Beehive. No, we are actually all here because if I got the invitation and you got the invitation and we're all walking the same damn stairs, you're no better than me and I'm no better than you, even if I'm Beyonce. And, you know, deep down, I'm like, I still got $1 billion and you don't. But it's a mutual, it's a symbiotic relationship where we're all here to know what's going on and celebrate one another.
Absolutely. And not to mention, too, to keep with the Met Gala theme, right? And we talked about, you know, it's not that you can't do what you do. You just have to find a way to do it with integrity. For example, let's just say Ryan Seacrest, you know, because he doesn't do the red carpets anymore. But let's just say I was on the red carpet. I'm like, hey, Ryan, you have hosted American Idol for 23 years. When we look at the music industry and Idol, do you ever have a moment of like Idol has influenced the Met Gala? Now, I'm sure he probably hasn't been asked that question because it's like, oh, wait a minute, that is a good question. I have hosted this show for 23 years and our contestants come on with their own style. And then he thinks about all the other award shows that he has covered. See how I didn't have to pretend to know fashion. I just had to find a relatable touch point to Ryan about fashion and then be in my integrity about that.
And, you know, even in taking that vein, because there are some people who truly did transcend the show, even beyond singing, there have been several former contestants who, in their own right, have ended up on the red carpet. I'm not sure if Jennifer Hudson has done it. I'm sure she probably did back when she got the Oscar. Not in recent years, but I can't imagine she didn't do it back when she got the Oscar. And given the popularity of her show, especially because of that hallway thing, I wouldn't be surprised, especially with so many Black hosts, several of whom have gone on her show multiple times, Asia Wilson in particular, that she probably wouldn't be at this one specifically. The one, oh my gosh, I can't remember her name.
There's
Catherine
Carrie
McPhee.
Underwood.
Catherine McPhee has definitely been on there because she's married to David Foster.
Yes.
Carrie Underwood, because I watch the Met Gala every year. I don't recall if she had, but again, I wouldn't be surprised, especially in the era where she was like, you know, huge because of what was that song? She had the God song that everybody was singing.
I can't remember it right.
But we both are thinking about the same song.
Yes, absolutely. I believe she was in Smash as well on NBC.
No, Catherine McPhee was Smash.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's Catherine McPhee. That's the one that's married to 900-year-old David Foster. And you know, Kelly Clarkson. I do not believe that she has, because Kelly Clarkson has never been a fashion girl, but now that she's got the new body and her show is super popular, I wouldn't be surprised if she would pop up on there, especially because, you know, they're trying to make sure that the hosts, you know, the honorary hosts, obviously, they're not real hosts, but they're making sure to have the honorary hosts people who are younger and connected to pop culture, not, you know, totally on the fringes, still very much huge establishment stars, but connected to pop culture, or it more importantly, which I think is kind of cool, has transcended what made them famous. Like Asia Wilson has certainly transcended the WNBA at this point.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Without question. And also, too.
No, even just her being asked to be an honorary host shows that.
Yes. No, absolutely.
And the same thing last year with Angel Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Victoria's Secret show.
Yeah, that was Angel Reese. And have you seen how mad them folks were about the? I said, whoa.
You know what? Honestly, if you get mad at somebody else being blessed, that just lets you know how much you ain't got. Because when I saw Angel Reese, I'm like, yep, all that blessed.
Oh, she got it.
I saw. And let me tell you, Precious Lee, who, if we get married, we're gonna be just fine because we got the same last name. But with that being said, Precious Lee did her thing at the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show, and she had a moment at the Met Gala of, "Can you move out my way? You're in my shot." And also, too, on top of those 2 points, I think a lot of times people believe that because it hasn't been done before, that you should be in a space to respect tradition. Let's say that one more time.
And it's crazy because I tell you what, when Angel Reese came down the red carpet, or let's call it spade. Not so much when she came down the red carpet,
right?
But when she turned around and walked back in the opposite direction, back down the red carpet. If you didn't know that she was coming, you damn sure knew when she was going.
That part right there.
Because I said, Miss Angel, who knew about all that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, the wings are not just on her back, ladies and gentlemen.
I said, well, aren't you blessed?
But no, this is the thing, right? And this is why
LL Cool J made a whole song about that.
Yes, he did. And this is the thing that I get so excited about with Brainley's virtual tour is I can't wait to get in there and just do everything I've been telling y'all. So if y'all see Brainley's virtual tour live from the Met Gala, after party, just like when Kelly and Mark do the after Oscar show, don't be surprised by that. If me and Victoria's Secret have a after Victoria's Secret, have a Brainley's virtual tour, Victoria's Secret, fashion show, after show the day after from the same station, don't be surprised by that. See, there's always a way to do something that's never been done, but you have to have the confidence enough of, listen, if they try to come for you and say, well, we've never done this before. Exactly right. Y'all have never done this before. So the least y'all can do is be out of your ego of how far you've made to recognize, hey, listen, maybe if this after Oscar show has worked for live for all these years with the Oscars, maybe if we did a live after show and put it on Netflix, that maybe that could expand our social capital. But you have to recognize your worth. And believe me, there's a lot of red tape in Hollywood, but I think it's getting to the point now where before Hollywood was like, oh, you need us. But now it's 50-50. I need y'all for the reach, and y'all need me because y'all can't create what I can do.
Okay.
Just keeping it a buck. Now, of course, my friends are going to be like, Bray, are you really going to do Victoria's Secret after show with Brainley's virtual tour the day after from the same venue? Yes, I am. And Precious Lee is going to be the damn co-host. For damn sure. Well, what? Well, when you Braylon Lee, you can do anything. No. Hang on. This is called Brainley's virtual tour. But Victoria's Secret is a woman's brand. It makes no sense for me to do Brainley's virtual tour the day after and not have a woman there to be able to do what I can't do. See, you recognizing what you can't do doesn't make you weak. It actually makes you respect them to recognize, oh, wait a minute, they're bringing in somebody to help elevate the platform. That just expands your social capital for future events down the line. Because there's just some things we can't do, but that doesn't mean that your power is not worth something.
I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Going to be very, very interesting to see what the next thing holds. I'm definitely, as we go into award season, I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for who graces that red carpet. Well,
I was about to say, the Oscars are coming to YouTube, right?
Yeah, but not this year. I thought they said like it's going to be a minute. Something like 2029, 2028. Yes. It's going to be a minute. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. I think the hope is that they hope that, and it may happen. I think they're hoping to get more viewers cumulatively.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, people can watch the parts of it that they want or all of it. and watch it. And I think ultimately, when it comes down to it, because people are like, oh, those shows are just going to go away. No, the shows aren't going to go away, because these people, that is still an award at the pinnacle of their profession.
Yes.
And most, as we know, because again, we're educated people, most awards in most professions, you don't see people getting, but they get them.
Yep.
The top awards for the top corporate blah 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 blah, they get them. Those events are $10,000 a head. The people are very proud of those awards. They display them in their office. They have them on their resume because they do speak. They do mean something in those rooms. But we don't see those events. They're not televised. These events are televised, obviously, because they relate to the entertainment industry, which inherently is something we watch. We are a part of it. But because we don't choose the awards, the Academy does.
Right.
They don't necessarily, yes, it matters if people watch it. But what I'm saying is the award doesn't have to go away just because we're not watching, because because we don't see it, because we're not the ones who are voting on it. The Academy is. So they're still going to be like, this won an Academy Award. This person's still going to be very proud of their Academy Award, whether we saw it or not, because the whole point is you are being awarded by your peers as being at the top of your field among your peers. Right. Now, yes, there's politics and there's this and that, and there's the campaigns and all of the things they do. But even with all that, we still don't have anything to do with it. You and I know, because of course we watch this stuff. The top grossing movies of the year, especially since a lot of times in many years they've been, disaster films or action movies or whatever, most of them don't even win these awards.
No, absolutely right.
And the actors don't often get nominated. That's why it is still such a huge deal when someone from a comic book movie or a science fiction movie or an action movie gets nominated, no matter what happens to the movie, because there was a time where not only did those movies not get nominated, but the people in them didn't either.
Correct. And a lot of times,
maybe for a Golden Globe, but that's because the Golden Globe has has that additional category for like comedy, musical, and stuff like that.
And a lot of times, y'all, these award shows are really just place markers to let you know where the industry is. Yeah. It's just like interviews. Interviews back in the day, Barbara Walters, that was definitive. That's where you got everything. But now interviews have evolved as a placeholder or a checkpoint in the middle of this race until we get to the end. And when it comes to,
and even with Barbara Walters, the interview, the people who were being interviewed, especially right around this time of year, straight through January, especially if they were actors, those were people who had either been nominated or it was clear that they were going to be nominated, and that's why the studio lobbied to make sure that they got the Barbara Walters interview, or that they got to be one of Barbara Walters' 100 most interesting people, or 10, whatever number she did. I think it was 10 most interesting.
Yes.
It was 10.
And with that being said, I did a whole live on it. I'll send you it on IG, but I wrote down the Oscars. I talked about, okay, well, since the Oscars are going to be coming to YouTube, because in one of the articles they say it could be a 6-hour, Oscars with Mr. Beast hosting.
Hell, it is a 6-hour Oscars because it starts before we see it.
Exactly.
And even when we're looking at people on the red carpet, it's already going on inside. Not to mention that the technical and the what do you call it, the arts and technical and whatever, those happened the week before.
Yes, absolutely. And to that point, I often say, if you understand the move, if you understand the moves that are being made, that are happening around you, you understand what you're seeing in front of you. When YouTube did the free game for the NFL from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And they had the watch with feature. All I did, Jonda, was, y'all, I know exactly how this is going to go. They're going to have watch with Oscar streams on Oscar Sunday. Yep. They're going to have the Oscar fantasy stats, this, that, and the third. You're going to be able to watch YouTube, of course, on YouTube TV with the basic premium plan, all that stuff. But I said that NFL game was a test for the Oscars. Now, of course, I joked with YouTube, Alphabet, and Google that if this Oscar live and me giving the game plan is right, strike me down. I said that facetiously because, of course, they're not going to strike down a video talking about the thing that Jake just got. But also, they're not going to strike down the plan that might be public. But if you do see in 2029, that video comes out of like, hey, here's how I watch the Oscars, but they come out with that watch with feature, you can go right back to this channel and be like, that Braylon dude is always on it. If you understand the moves that are happening around you, you'll understand what you're seeing in front of you. It's not that hard to see what's coming next if you give a fuck about what's coming next. Because most of the time, what the industry expects you to do is to stay the fan. They don't expect you to pick up the card that still works in the print room and just, oh, damn, this is top secret information. So sometimes when you guys see me do deep dive lives and you guys see my brain being Jimmy Neutron in my head of a brain blast and how I'm able to give all this media intel, it's like, y'all, they're not going to confirm anything I'm saying. That's why it's called speculation. But if you look at past blueprints, you're not going to be too far off. And to that point, Jonda, and I think that this will be an interesting point for you and me, is that since the Oscars are heading to YouTube in 2029, how does campaigns reform themselves? Do the actors and actresses, will they get the chance to go on YouTube channels to promote their movies? Because the thing that ABC did have was Good Morning America for the Oscars after party. They had those shows. They had that engine to promote it all year. But with YouTube, with 2.4 billion monthly active users, it can get lost in the sauce if YouTubers don't have the chance to be a part of the campaign. And I think that would be the really interesting part of this is how do YouTubers become a part of the Oscars in terms of coverage, whether you're streaming it on your YouTube channel. And by the way, YouTube, since it is coming, everybody should be able to stream the Oscars from their channel, not get a fucking copyright.
Well, you know that's not going to happen because they wouldn't even let that happen with the debates because I was streaming the debates and it stopped me. But I would say, is it going to open up anything as far as people, going back to your question, is it going to change anything in terms of how they campaign?
Yeah.
No, it's not going to change anything in terms of, I mean, it's there. It's not going to change anything in the campaign as far as how you campaign for the show. No, it is going to change. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second, please. 1 second.
No, you're good. You're good. We're right here. We are right here, everybody. Myself, Braylon, and John, we're just talking at this point. We talked about Stefon Diggs. Very huge situation. We also talked about Tyler Perry and the text messages that came out. The court documents are not out yet for Tyler Perry, but as soon as they come out, we will be reading them live here right now. What we're discussing is the Oscars are coming to YouTube in 2029. For those of you who may not have known about, yes, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to say is it going to change it? No. But in terms of the campaigns, because again, the campaigns are about really getting either your movie, amping up interest in your movie, especially if it's a movie that came out like in the beginning or middle of the year and has long since left theaters and it may be streaming, but it's not getting the numbers because of course they can track that.
Yes.
And of course, for the actors themselves, clearly, you know, as we had the Barbara Walters discussion and others, you know, that obviously they not only, as we saw, because I forgot the studio that had one whatever the movie is, one something after another. Tiana Taylor is in that. I just saw that they published the whole For Your Consideration thing for her. So is it going to change that piece? No, because in my opinion, no, because again, the voters are members of the Academy. But there is a big but. Will it change? So will it change the campaigns? No. However, will there be additional visibility in terms of advertising and spots and potentially opportunities for content creators and content, you know, contracts and different things, you know, all the little things they do with content creators for spots and for that thing for visibility? Yes, because if they're going to produce the show, they're still going to need to pay for it. They're still going to want to make money from it, and they're still going to want the eyes on it, because as remember, as I said initially, that what the hope is that if they can't get, which they obviously can't because the numbers have been declining, since they can't get all the eyes on it at one time, because, you know, it used to be like, you know, millions and millions of people from all around the world, kind of like Super Bowl.
Yes.
Where they're hoping that with YouTube, whatever numbers they don't get from people watching it in real time, that they will make up some of those numbers, and of course, obviously, that translates to advertising revenue from people watching what parts they want to watch, or perhaps even the entire show cumulatively as people watch it over the coming days and weeks after they put it up. So, and of course, we know they're gonna, you know, make it put out a gazillion pieces of it, kind of like you don't have to watch it Saturday Night Live. You can literally just wait to the next day and watch every single skit, because they put each skit up on the actual SNL website one at a time. So in case you didn't know that, that's what they do, which is great for clipping it and sharing it if there's skits you like. But at any rate, so of course we know they're going to do that, because again, that of course will get more views, revenue, etc. So I think that yes, there will be opportunities from that perspective, but as far as the campaigns, I think the campaigns will remain the same because they're campaigning to each other.
Right. Okay.
If we voted, that would be different. You know,
gotcha. Okay.
But we don't. You know, we've People's Choice Awards. What else do regular people vote on? We vote on People's Choice Awards. We vote on.
There's the American Music Awards, which Dick Clark made.
Yeah, so does the public vote on? I don't know if does the public vote on the American Music Awards? I think there's a couple of awards, because every award show has like 2 or 3 that you vote on, that we vote on. I think there's a couple of awards that we vote on, but I don't think, but there is another show besides the People's Choice Awards. I don't think it's Billboard, because I think Billboard just bases it flat out on the charts. I think they just.
There's the iHeart Music Awards.
I think iHeart might be what we vote on. I think iHeart is a combination of radio play and streaming numbers, because again, it's not just about radio anymore. And people. And again, I think it's the same thing. I don't think it's all the awards. I think it just may be more than the Grammys, because I know that the Grammys in recent years, and really in recent years, everybody except for the Oscars, because obviously that's more complicated with movies and all that stuff. But I think it's certainly the music shows. Every music show has at least 2 or 3 that you vote on, because there's a couple of shows, I think BET is one of them, where there's an award that you're literally voting on while the show is on.
Yes.
Didn't they? Don't they do that for at least one award?
They do. I think it's
because
the
people are performing on the
mistaken.
show, like at every commercial break or something like that.
Yes.
But I would not be surprised if, just because networks may just feel like the numbers are not worth the expense, I would not be surprised if we see a few more shows gradually. Now, the Oscars surprised me, so I think Google paid a lot of money for that. Because quite frankly, given the Academy and how, in the grand scheme of things, that's the most conservative of all the shows, that I would have thought that they would have been the last ones to make the switch. So I also think that somebody paid a grip.
Yes.
Because of all the shows, if you were to line them up and say which one of these, again, legacy in terms of history, shows is shifting, and you lined all the ones up that are still on network TV, literally the Oscars would have been last.
No, I fully agree with you. And it's interesting for those of you who don't know, and welcome back in, Nikki News. For those of you who don't know, the Grammys will be coming to ABC, right? So in 2028, I believe.
Yeah, so see, I think this stuff is money stuff, because the Grammys has been CBS like everything. Because remember, CBS doesn't just do the Grammys itself; they'll do like the Grammy salute to whatever. Because remember, they just did the Grammy salute to like Earth, Wind, and Fire or something like 6 months ago.
Yes, and that also translates over to ABC. They're gonna be doing those specials, and of course, with Disney, they also have the theme parks as well. So the Grammy weekend at Walt Disney World. But I bring that up to say that in 2028, which will be the 100th Oscars, it will be the Oscars, the Grammys, and the Super Bowl all on ABC, which I know ABC has already begun playing for that. And also too, when I saw the news, I felt 2 ways about it. One, I'm like, this is going to be quite interesting, because like everybody knows ABC is the Oscars and the Oscars is ABC. But also in the same token,
a little low budget to me.
Yeah. Say that one more time.
It made the Oscars feel low budget.
Yeah. And with that being said, I felt that there was a symbiotic relationship where if you don't watch the Oscars, at least you know where it's on. But where it kind of got tricky for me with YouTube was like, okay, YouTube, they did the NFL game for free. They streamed Coachella before. This is a legacy award show, so of course you're gonna have
Coachella makes a ton of money, because Coachella is still a public event that people pay a shit ton of money to go to.
No, absolutely. And to that point,
and
that's
the
where
NFL is all about money, so they ain't gonna do too much that doesn't bring them revenue.
And
they
see
that toss you a bone every so often, but that's all it is.
And so that's where the conflict arose for me, John, to everybody, is because, okay, of course you're going to have the countdown show, right? But are you going to have a YouTube Oscars after show? Right? Are you going to really do that? How much are you willing to put behind this? Because the promotional engine that ABC was, you no longer have that. Now, what I would have said,
everybody's going to the Vanity Fair party. And as it relates to the after show, remember, the Oscars end, at least on the East Coast, obviously on the West Coast is earlier, but they have also been getting ready all day. The Oscars after show really isn't an after show in the same way that BET or any of them have an after show. the Oscars, the actual televised show, and that's in addition to the amount of time that they have spent getting their red carpet, whatever. That is such a long day for them, because remember, if it's starting at 8 for us, it's 5 for them, and then all the getting ready and all of that. So we're talking about a 5 o'clock telecast time, but that's not the 2 hours before of the red carpet and travel and whatever, and then the 6 hours before that of hair and makeup and all of that. So my recollection of the Oscars after is really not a true after party. You will get some of the ones who are towards the tail end of the awards, like the big awards winners, because their awards are basically at the end of the telecast. When the cameras pan to the behind the scenes, they're still there because they just got their awards 5 minutes before that. But everybody else is, pretty much once they're like, yay, you guys got your big awards. Oh, we're not stuck here like y'all. Peace out. They're going to change their clothes and going to the Vanity Fair party or to Jamie Foxx's house.
And to add some more context to that, and thank you for giving that. What I meant by the after show was like, how like Kelly and Mark did the Oscars live after show the day after from the Dolby Theater. That's why.
Oh, yes.
YouTube,
now that.
Do that.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that.
No, you're good.
mean, I guess still. I mean, if the show is happening, I guess you would. They would still be at the Dolby. But I agree with you. Like, would that be on YouTube? No, I think if at this point they just like let's say if it's Kelly and Mark, especially if ABC still has a reign over it, even though it's not technically being shown on ABC. I think they would just air it on either GMA, or if it's Kelly and Mark, they do it on Kelly and Mark's show. So it's, because I mean, if they're the hosts, they just do it on their show.
Yeah, and that's why I would have done as ABC, and maybe the Academy was like, no,
but it depends on the deal.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. It depends on the whole enchilada, because what I would have done was, okay, listen, if we ain't getting the Oscars no more, right? How about we have a strategic partnership with YouTube and ABC that, okay, listen, y'all do the telecast, but we still do the GMA Oscars after party live.
And that may be what they're going to do.
Just to keep that engine going.
Yeah, because it doesn't behoove them to do it on Disney. But I'm saying it doesn't, if they're not going to do it on ABC, right? But they still maintain part of it. And, maybe next time we talk about this, we'll look it up and we'll know between now and then. But if they maintained, if for want of a better way of putting it, control over the putting it together in the telecast and what have you, because I don't think Google is creating content like that as a Google. So Google is not going to be in charge of the telecast. YouTube is just showing the telecast. So I think that I think that the reason why they may have done it is with YouTube and making this deal is because, of course, if it's a win-win for YouTube in terms of hopefully people coming to YouTube. I personally, well, let me just finish this thought and I'll give you my real thought about how this is going to turn out, because I don't think it's going to happen. But it's going to happen. But I don't think what some hope will happen, put it that way. So I think that the reason why they chose YouTube, obviously they probably made a hell of a deal because it's, Google's like, hell, we don't have anything to lose because hopefully we'll get some engagement in whatever form that comes. But the other thing is, which is probably why they did the NFL thing. but they probably decided not to do it on their streaming service because it wouldn't be worth it for them financially for something of that magnitude when their streaming numbers in terms of what do you call it, subscribers is not like a Netflix,
right?
So I think that that's probably why they decided against that, and then Google probably made them an offer that made sense. Now, in terms of how this is going to pan out, legacy viewers are not going to turn to YouTube of a certain age.
Correct.
Because
correct. Absolutely.
The Oscars have a certain age, and that age is not your average YouTuber unless they turn specifically to see somebody that they want to see, and then they see it, and then they turn it off, but they're not going to watch the whole thing. Because first of all, the most of the YouTubers don't have the attention span for a show that long.
Absolutely right.
So they're not going to get what they want, which is new viewers, because new viewers under 30 are not going to tune in to a 4.5 hour telecast, most of which they don't care about because they didn't see the movies or they don't care about the actors or whatever. They may watch the red carpet, which you can still do on any number of things that show the red carpet, for instance, eat. And if so they're not going to get new viewers, and older viewers like 60 and up ain't turning to YouTube.
Correct. Yep.
Maybe if they did a simultaneous telecast on another cable channel, hell, maybe even Facebook, I don't know, but they're not doing it. Those ones sort of in between, like myself, between 35 and 59, we might, only if you are someone who has always watched and still care.
Yes.
And for me, I will watch the fashion stuff. I will watch the awards that I want to see. Will I sit there the entire time? Not necessarily. Now, the flip side of that, obviously, is that I can do multiple things at once. So will I maybe keep it up on my laptop while I do other things? Possibly. And maybe they're hoping that that's what people will do. But actually sitting there staring at the Oscars? No.
Yeah, no. I fully agree.
And I actually like award shows.
Yes. No, absolutely. And this is how I feel about it too. Because like I said, I brought up the Watch Whip feature because that happened with the NFL game. I feel like if I and YouTube, y'all need to work on y'all copyright shit for music. And also to live events, because when I streamed the NFL game, granted they let me stream it, but then they took it down immediately. I think YouTube,
and that's the other thing too with the Oscars, there's a ton of music and clips for movies.
Yes. And I think what YouTube needs to
so
recognize.
It's not the Oscars itself, it's the 50-11 clips. So you'd be hit with strikes no matter what.
And that's the thing they need to recognize. If since it's coming to YouTube, if they allow people to stream the Oscars on their YouTube channels, a rising tide lifts all boats. Because, like you said, with people of a particular age, they're not going to tune into YouTube. But I do believe if I had an Oscars watch party, I know that
how to use YouTube.
Right. No, absolutely. And that's why I'm saying.
My mom will watch some stuff on YouTube, and my mom's pretty with it, but still, she will watch something that I send her a link to. And of course, she'll hit the link, and the link will take her to whatever I sent her, whatever song or whatever clip or show or whatever the hell it is I send her. Same thing with Instagram.
Right.
But they're not clipping around and being like, oh, the Oscars are on YouTube. I better tune in. My mom be like, is it trying to make me join something? And they email it, girl. Oh, please.
And that's why I'm saying I feel like, for example,
and I'm not even making fun of her. I'm keeping it real because, like I said, my mom's pretty with it. I mean, she hits the gym every day and all the things, but still,
right? No, absolutely. And like I was saying, if I'm doing an Oscars watch party, yourself, Nikki News, T-Talk with your girl, many others, y'all would watch the Oscars watch party with me because y'all love
absolutely.
me. But it's not
because
at
that point we're making content. Our
Yes.
objective is different.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's going to be the thing that they're hoping for. But to make that a sustainable thing, that's going to take some time. And they might have to bend the rules to allow content creators to be
They're
able
gonna have to do
stream
something because I don't think time is going to help them on that. Because again, these are shows. Because I say this the same thing about Bravo shows. These are shows that are not going to gain new viewers.
Right.
But you have this next generation of viewers who are just simply not interested in that type of content. I say this to people all the time with the housewives thing, especially when people are like, oh, they need to bring this person back or that person back and everything gonna be whatever. Oh, they need to bring Nene back or they need to bring this person back. They need to bring... The show's numbers have gone down because they've been on for too long. They've jumped the shark. They're doing the same shit. Women who started out watching those shows, many of us who are the same age as the women were, we were their age when the show started, and then we all aged together, and we also were like, we're not doing this. This is some whatever. And you know, especially as a Black woman, I'm like, yeah, I don't mind watching the white women, you know, turntables and whatever. But I am definitely beyond watching women my age do it now. You know, and on top of it, me and my friends don't act like this, or we wouldn't be friends. So then so then you got the fakery of it and what have you. And so what they don't realize, even the fans, when they, especially content creators, when they're like, oh, they need to bring this one back and that one back, or the rabbit fans, is these shows are not going to get new fans because women, or even gay men, because they were huge portion of Housewives viewers.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to focus on women because gay men are a different class in terms of that kind of stuff, because they may not be taking it to heart in the same way in terms of the amusement factor versus the embarrassment and offense factor, because it's not them. So, but young people under 30 who are not content creators watching these shows, or who have not constantly had to watch the shows because they were on in their houses with their mothers or older sisters, so they are addicted to the shows the way that I got addicted to soap operas when I was like 3.
Yes.
They are not going to come to a show that is already 15, 16 seasons into it, no matter how many times you change the cast, even if you do add younger women to it and what have you, especially if they are not what is considered to be the fly money set for their age group. And of course, what is considered the fly money set for their age group is not what Housewives are supposed to be.
Right.
So
you're absolutely right.
So the two things don't match. Also, if they're all watching baddies and Bravo is not going to become baddies, that's not going, those things are not going to connect. So there's a fundamental disconnect. So you're not going to get you're not going to get younger viewers.
Right.
You're not going to get us older viewers to come back.
Right.
Because we left for reasons that are beyond just one particular character.
Absolutely. into those great
So
articulate
the numbers
points.
will stay declining or not get any better. And even if a Nene were to come back, yeah, you'd have a boost for a couple of weeks for people to look at and see what she did, and then they go back to just being whatever.
Correct.
Because what people conveniently forget is that she wasn't just miserable in her last 2 seasons or whatever because of Greg or whatever drama she was going on in network. She had become miserable and insufferable like by season 4 when she decided she was too big for the show. And even worse after she left and came back, because a part of her, she came back with the attitude of I'm better than you, but because I went to Hollywood, and not understanding why her castmates were treating her like, but bitch, you not, because they sent you right back here.
Right. And to those articulate points, I think I've said this to Nikki News as well. There's been rumors for a while now. Now y'all know how I am. Until I see a press release, it ain't official, because we ain't trying to be a nosy hoe that.
Yeah, I know they saying she's coming back, and again, I think even if she does,
it's not. It's not even that. There's rumors saying that they're going to cancel the Housewives franchise, and like I've been saying,
no, they're not going to cancel it.
And
that's
what
I'm saying. Until the wheels fall off.
Until it's a press release, it's now official. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because for those of you who don't remember Bravo was the home of Inside the Actor Studio with James Lipton. And Bravo was like A&E. A&E, by the way, stands for Arts and Entertainment. Mm-hmm. Bravo was for Arts and Theater of Bravo.
Because
Bravo,
they had
Bravo.
E that had all the goofy stuff.
Yes, absolutely. So
the red carpet and all of that was all on E.
Exactly. So to me, what I think Bravo is going to have to do is transition from the Housewives franchise into a general entertainment network of like, oh, Bravo, I want to see an encore from Braylon. I want to see an encore from Just John. I want to see an encore from Nikki News. So they're going to have to expand what Bravo is, of like, instead of just Bravo being just reality, they are going to have to find personalities that make you want to say Bravo. And I think they could still do it, but they have to create a very good pipeline in order to make that happen. I've been saying that for quite a while now. I don't think they're going to do it, but that's kind of the only route I can see Bravo doing for them to stay around. Because they definitely
the reason why I don't think they will is the same reason TLC is no longer the learning channel as we knew it, or as you grew up knowing it, when they would show Birth Story every morning and all of that. Because reality TV is cheap. Mm-hmm. And they have the reality TV they're doing is cheaper than most, because unlike a Survivor or The Amazing Race or whatever, they don't have to build sets. They have these women, many of whom, as we know, especially sadly, a lot of the ones that look like us, with the rare exception of like Candy Burris, who will spend their last dime to perpetrate a lifestyle that Bravo does not give them extra money for. Because again, it's not building them. If somebody wants to, a la Jen Shah, who pretended to live in a chalet, or half of the Atlanta housewives, who by the time we got to season 2 or 3, damn near all of them had gone through some manner of, again, with the exception of Candy, gone through some manner of household change or foreclosure or some stuff. Remember, at one point, Sheree her kids was on an air mattress. Those Bravo, yes, some of them make hefty salaries, but that's not hurting Bravo's bottom line, because the salaries are supported by, as we know, viewerships and advertising and all of those things. And as we've shown, when they felt like their money was funny because viewership was down, what did they do? They got rid of some of their weight on shows that they could do that. There are certain shows they couldn't do that because, with, like, for instance, with Beverly Hills, with the number of cast changes that they had to keep their anchors. They had to, make sure they kept Kyle and people, and I guess Erica Jane, although she's not an OG, she's been there long enough to still be making a decent amount of money. And then like the same thing with Atlanta, hold on to Candy. New Jersey, hold on to Teresa before and after jail. But there is a reason for eliminating some of the weight on some of the shows where you could do that, like getting rid of Vicky and Tamara on the OC, then bringing them back as friend of and lesser contracts. So they figured out a way to make their money. But all of that to say that unlike reality shows like the ones that a CBS does, they don't have that massive underwriting of a freaking island and building elaborate sets or whatever. They just, have the crews and these women who, after a while, that's kind of what makes it unrealistic, who basically produce themselves with the help of, some producers, some basic production, and, and what have you. So reality TV, the reason why it blew up when it did, for those, I know, but for those listening in on the show with a little history, the reason why it blew up in the first place was because of the writer's strike, the one in the 90s. And so because at first it was like Survivor and a couple of reality shows on PBS, and of course all the stuff on
it was
MTV.
I think some of the biggest ones, it was The Real World, Fear Factor on NBC. God forbid.
Fear Factor came a little bit later, but again, nobody, those were cable shows, so it was no big deal. Like nobody.
Oh no, Fear Factor was on NBC. That was
no. I'm talking about Real World and Road Rules. They were cable shows. Still popular, but in terms of reality shows on major networks, Survivor, like you said, Fear Factor. And maybe
Big Brother, The Amazing Race.
Even Big Brother wasn't at that point. Big Brother has been on for a long time, but I know, again, dating myself, my oldest, my son, was born in 99, and it was in the summertime, and I was watching Big Brother because that's the first time I bought the 24-hour feeds, because of course I was home. So that was 1999, and I want to say that was season 3. So Big Brother is late 90s. We're talking maybe 96 at the earliest, probably even 97. But you're right. What do you call it? The Real World had been around for a minute, because I remember the whole incident with Tammy and Homeboy with the whole big, obviously you were a baby when that happened, but it's such a famous incident. I'm sure everybody still knows about it in the history of the Real World, with the whole Tammy Roman and the guy who's the comedian, all that. I was in law school when that happened. So that was like 1992, because me and Tammy are about the same age, or give or take a couple of years. She might be a year or two younger than me, because I think she was still, I think she went to Howard, right? I don't know if she finished, but I think that when the show came on and, everybody was a college student, and I want to say for her, it was Howard, I think. But at any rate, but it was somewhere on the East Coast, but I thought it was Howard. I could be wrong. Because who did she marry? Dwight Howard? Maybe that's where the Howard's coming from.
I don't know.
No, not Dwight Howard. She married Mark. Who did she marry? No, not Dwight Howard. Oh my God, Dwight Howard is much younger. Dwight Howard is who was with Royce, and that was years later for Basketball Wives. Who was her husband? Oh my God, he was drama. He played for the Knicks, though.
There's Reggie Youngblood, and then Kenny Anderson.
Kenny Anderson with all the kids and all the whatever, because Kenny Anderson had babies even when she married him. Kenny Anderson was one of those, because remember, The NBA sadly has always been known for babies and
Yes.
lots and lots of babies. Now she may have gotten a ring compared to the others, but she wasn't the only mother of his children.
Yes.
And in fact, some interesting lore with Tammy is that she hired one of the top, his name is going out of my head. I knew his name because everybody used to hire him, and now his name's going completely out of my head. It's gonna come back to me, but she hired one of the top at the time divorce attorneys in the country. He got the prenup tossed because she was, he was cheating and all the things. And she got such a nice settlement based on that, that she drove away from the courthouse in a vehicle with a license plate saying his cash. At one point, now it may have, yes, there was a time when if you put into Sports Illustrated or ESPN top like 20 sports money disasters in history, that used to be listed. It is probably not anymore because obviously contracts now are 100 times more than they were then. So when these mofos F up their money, it is way more than the problems between Kenny Anderson and Tammy Roman. I mean, nowadays, if something like that happened, the amount would be like in the 10s and 20s and maybe even hundreds of millions. But at that time, it was considered that was like a little, I thought that was so cool because I was like, oh my God, you actually got listed, because it was the monetary disasters, obviously, for him. And so that's why when she came on Basketball Wives, among other reasons why I was not a fan of hers, because I remembered the Real World days and all the other reality shows she went on in between and still had that same personality that people conveniently forget. That why I was just like, I'm not feeling the sob story when she was like, and me and my kids, and he didn't pay child support, and me and my kids ended up on this and that and the third. Because I remember when she got the settlement and decided she was going to, her and some other people, they were starting a sports management company and this and that and the third. Now, if he was supposed to pay child support and didn't pay it, then obviously that's foul. And obviously, if there was parts of the settlement he was supposed to pay and he didn't pay it, that's foul. But there was definitely enough money that she did get with her big time attorney that she was able to drive away in a car saying his cash. So that money and the fact that you ended up broke, that part's on you.
Understood.
Sorry, boo.
No, it's all good.
Oh my gosh, we done been all around the world, and listeners are probably like, what? But that's what happens when me and you get together. It's ridiculous.
Yes, indeed.
And I wasn't even here for the Tyler Perry part. Oh my gosh.
Yes, we we'll loop back around. We got a whole year. Soon as the court documents drop.
I really don't have much on that. I actually, on my page on Facebook, because I've been updating it all day with different stuff going on, like the fact that Russell Wilson bodied Future with like 3 sentences. And did you see that?
I did not. No.
Oh, let me see if I can find it for you real quick without. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, because I'm going to a different screen on my laptop and I didn't want to knock you off.
Oh, no, you're fine.
So Future, apparently, as we know, Russell Wilson lives rent-free in Future's head.
Yep.
Just can't let it go, even when you make yourself look stupid.
Yes.
So Future was on some show, and because people still want to talk to him. So he was on some show, and this dumbass said to the interviewer, trying to be slick, Russell Wilson ain't no real man. He too soft. Dude raising my son. Now listen, I'm going to repeat that and keep going. Dude raising my son like a nanny with a Super Bowl ring. He do whatever Sierra tell him to do. That ain't alpha, that's obedient. So Russell apparently didn't rant. He basically just said in quick and dirty, being a man isn't about volume or control. It's about consistency, love, and showing up every day. I don't compete with anyone's past. I invest in my family's future. Soft, nah, secure. Then they said he ended it with one line. I don't raise kings. I raise kings. I don't rap about them. Now, everything Russell said was great. However, he really could have not said anything at all. Mm-hmm. And Future had already clowned himself because you said, dude raising my son. That's it. You gotta say nothing else.
No, in the words of DJ Khaled, congratulations, you played yourself. And this is the thing that I don't get, right? I don't see nothing wrong with Sierra and Russell. They
Nobody
get back
does,
to their
except for insecure weirdos.
And that's why I'm saying it's just like to have this much energy over these people who, and this is why I often say, if they were in front of your face to give you a $1.5 million check, you will not have the same energy. I'm gonna need y'all to quit this shit, because we as a society in Black culture, we want people to be great, this, that, and the third, but yet we hate how they go about it.
You hit it. We want people to be great on our terms.
Yes.
We want people to be great and be what? It's kind of like I said earlier. You can keep it real, but you ain't got to keep it real dumb.
Exactly.
In this case, Russell he's a quarterback in the NFL. He and Sierra have other businesses. You see that he travels with her when he can. They have multiple children, not just little Future. If I recall correctly, him and Sierra got what, 3? So there's 4 kids, yes. Even if little Future wasn't there. So there would be 3 kids, I think, right? Something like that.
Yes.
So he don't have no time to be doing a whole lot. It would seem to me that, okay, I mean, Future, you a rapper or whatever, but I don't see you selling out stadiums like Beyonce or any of this other stuff. So quite frankly, if you got issues with the way that Sierra and Russell are raising your child, because Sierra busy too, she promoting the album, she on red carpets and modeling and all the different things. And again, a mother of 3 other kids in addition to Lil Future. So if you got all these issues with Sierra, Russell, whatever, seems to me that compared to them two, you got time.
That part. And honestly, too, here's the thing, right?
I mean, I'm not even trying to be shady. I'm just, and right. I could be wrong. Maybe I just don't know about the 11 things it takes to be whatever. You got time to make all these other babies that you don't claim. Like, you seem to have a lot of time on your hands.
You know what it is? The fact that Sierra can sell out a stadium, but she doesn't have to.
Yep.
Is what pisses him off, and the fact that he could not provide that shit. Because honestly, to tell you the truth, even with Bow Wow dated Sierra. You ain't seeing Bow, even though Bow need to get himself together. At least Bow is focusing on himself. You know what I mean? So, and not to mention too, there's something that somebody said to me one time. They said, Brain, if you lose out on a blessing, but yet that person that you lost out on, that opportunity, this, that, and the third, is protecting what came after you, and they still respect you, let that be.
Yeah.
And that's all you got to do. Like, your kids ain't homeless. They ain't on drugs. There could be, it could be a lot worse. And that just goes to show how far gone he is. And,
I mean, would you rather this man be abusing him?
And that's exactly what I'm saying. And Nikki News has been here for most of the tours, and she knows as many women I have given Miss Lee to, I have never went off and talked about their men, this, that, and the third, because they don't know I fucking exist. I just play with my name because I want that. But in the same token, let's just say me and Precious Lee get married, right? And Precious Lee had an ex-husband and stuff. My thing is, listen, the three of us need to raise these kids together because this is all they got.
And as long as
if they don't want to be a part, if he doesn't want to be a part of it, that's on him. But I'm going to take care of my responsibilities because that's what the fuck I was raised to do. I'm not going to let somebody else's brokenness dictate our healing and how we move and how we rise up. So,
and if Precious Lee's husband is not kicking down your door or coming at you crazy or mistreating the kids or Precious, there's really nothing that you and him should have to do. Now,
Absolutely.
Best case scenario, y'all might kick it off like Bruce and Demi and Ashton and the new wife, and hell, y'all might be cool and even go on vacation together. That's cool too.
I'm sorry, Precious. Have you seen Precious Lee? No, that's my.
Okay, then maybe not. But I'm just saying the point is.
I'm being facetious.
Unless the mofo is coming at you crazy, there's no reason for you to deal with him in any manner other than if there are kids involved. What needs to happen as it relates to kids?
Exactly.
Are y'all even doing drop-off pickups? Because it seemed like Lil Future name might as well just be named Russell Jr.
Yep.
I mean, if anything, you need to be aggravated. If you aggravated about the fact that your son your son is wearing his jersey, then go pick him up.
That's it.
I don't want my son on the field with the other kids looking like that's his daddy. I'm not saying that that's a legit way to feel. It's actually kind of childish. But if that is how you feel, because it clearly is, if that is how you feel, how are you addressing that constructively?
Yep, absolutely.
Are you, because some things you could do without doing it, right? You could do it without actually coming out and saying it, like the aforestated, pick him up on Sundays. Then you ain't got to worry about him going to the games.
Yeah, absolutely. Without question.
Now, of course, as he gets older and he said, Dad, I want to go to the games, you're going to have problems because he going to fight you on that. But there's been many years leading up to that because from what I could tell, her and Future haven't been together since damn near pretty much since the child was born, maybe give or take a little bit because I wasn't, I'm not all in her business like that. Because again, there was no need to until Future started making it a thing.
Right.
But her and Russell been together for a good long minute now.
Yes,
definitely the majority of Lil Future's life. And I see Lil Future being a little Russell most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, we not with these people 24 hours a day. But since Future feel like we need to be in it, if you going to put us in it, bruh, we going to hurt your feelings.
Absolutely. Without question.
Now, you keep us out of it, then you good. Then we good.
Right.
But if you want to keep putting us in it, we might have to remind you that you gonna pick that little boy up.
Yep. No, absolutely.
I mean, because obviously, if you legit trying to be in his life and she was trying to keep you out of his life, of course you would let us know that. And if that were really true, that would make her look bad, and that would be bad for her and Russell's image because both of them have clean public images. So clearly that's not what's going on, because if that was going on, we know that he would tell us. And of all the different things that Future has said over the years, and there has been many, one he has conveniently not said is that they were keeping him from his child. Have we ever once heard him say that?
No, not at all. And also too, with that, I really believe that
because we know if they were, he would tell us.
Oh, absolutely. And I believe the strength of somebody is not determined by how out loud they are, but it is how they move in quiet when we don't see it. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is. And by the way, y'all, when Nikki News put down what she put down of yes, it's true, the laughing emojis. I cannot tell you how many women I have given my last name to virtually on YouTube. I can't.
You are a nut.
But you know what though? It's God's fault because Adam was tempted in the garden with Eve.
I am not doing this with you.
No, Eve was thick in the garden, and it was.
Nikki, tell him we're not doing this with him.
Listen, it's not my fault. Okay, he got punched with thick women because Adam was tempted. So I'm gonna give Adam love, grace, and space. God knew exactly what he was doing with Eve, and some of y'all thick black women came from God. It is what it is. So we ain't gonna blame Braylon Lee. Okay. Now, Precious Lee and Braylon Lee, that was just God creation. Okay, I didn't know that that was going to happen with the same last name. So we do get married. It's like, we ain't got to really change shit. So
we are not doing this with you because you are just cutting up.
I'm being honest. That's all it is. Sassy used to say that I'm mannish, but I'm like, no, it's just called honesty. You know what I mean? Like, there ain't no point in me running away from it.
Okay, Nikki. Okay, so me and you on the same page. Nikki said you just doing too much. But I will say just a couple of closeouts because I know your people are ready for us to stop, or maybe they're not. I don't know. But anyway, and I know you're going to clip this up anyway.
Yes.
One of the things is and I may, if you don't mind, probably have my son clip out the Stefon stuff for my channel, so then I don't have to repeat it.
No, go right ahead. Nikki News knows that as long as you good to me, I'm good to you. We good. So
So a couple of quick things. Tyler Perry. What's the polite way? Do I have to be polite or can I just keep it real? Hell, I feel like it's 11:25. We're in after dark.
Yes.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tyler has a type. Clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Because this guy, to me, it looks very similar to the other guy,
Derek Nixon.
And both of them, especially this one more so than the other one. This one is a dead ringer for the guy who played Eddie on the Have and Have Nots.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at Tyler's shows, there's always at least one guy who looks like that. On the Have and Have Nots, it was Eddie. Now, that being said, just because he has a type does not necessarily mean that he did it. So let me see, Trees. So I don't know. So I will not say that he did it because I think part of I think that just like the last guy, the text messages are very telling.
Yes.
In fact, this case even more so. In the case with the other guy, which people think got dismissed, it hasn't. Civil cases take forever, so that case is just kind of, when you're waiting on court dates and there's nothing going on, there's nothing to report on. It's just kind of sitting there. There's probably motions going back and forth, whatever. Plus, if you recall from the last case, Tyler took a long time to respond. I think, I'm sure his attorneys got leave from the court for additional time to respond, but
and I believe the case has moved from California to
and there's that piece as well. So there's a lot of procedural things that went on there because not only did Tyler take a long time to respond, well over the typical time frame, because I don't know any court that's more than 30 days and most are 21, at least for the initial response. So he took a very long time to respond. And again, I'm sure behind the scenes, I didn't go and pull up the motions on it, but I'm sure behind the scenes, his attorneys had probably filed a motion to extend the time for responses. That's a typical thing, no biggie.
Yes.
And then, like you said, they got it removed to Georgia, and now it's in federal court, which means that if it goes to trial, which I doubt it will, but if it did, obviously federal court, nothing's televised, so we'll just be pulling from motions and reliant on who goes to court. But anywho, I think at least in that case, there was some back and forth between him and Tyler, and I think that the argument regarding coercion based on the whole, I'll help you get this done and I'll help you get that done. I'm not saying he has a great case, but it's better than this guy. Because whereas with the other guy's case, there seemed to be like some mutual flirting, but he did work for Tyler for a longer period of time. So you do have the whole arguments about power dynamic and coercion. Because remember, he did tell him that he was going to help him with some script and this and that and the third. So you have a little bit more of, of course, it's not textbook sexual harassment, but it's like as we came to know it when we finally actually got some sexual harassment laws on the book. Yeah. But of course, not everything is textbook. So I think, hell, that even from the Diddy case. I think but I do believe that with that one, especially because he worked for him for a longer period of time, there is more of a conversation to be had around the settlement table about whether or not we want to put this in the hands of a jury and have a conversation about the Hollywood casting couch.
No,
because
absolutely.
That case gave a little bit more of it, in my opinion. Yeah. Now, this case, granted, this is just one set of text messages, and of course, the messages conveniently don't have what Tyler said in the messages. It just has his messages to him. I'm always leery about a whole train of text messages, but you don't see the response bubbles. So you mean in all of those messages, you never said anything back?
Correct. Yep.
So to me, that doesn't mean that the dude didn't say what he says, but it makes me look at you with the side eye because you didn't respond at all. That being said, his text messages sound a little too beggy and a little too needy and a little too I need money, which of course puts a little bit more of a taint on his case.
I will agree with that because
it puts more of a taint on his case of why are you doing this? You seem to be a brokey who got a few nuggets here or there. Homie put you on a little bit to lace you up a couple times, and you probably still a brokey because we ain't seen you in nothing. And you see this other case going on and figured it was your opportunity. And I hate situations like that because it hurts the whole cause. It's kind of like the situation with the cases after Cassie. Do I believe that a good number of those cases probably have merit? Sure, because Diddy seems to, by all accounts, to be a deviant and has been for the majority, longer than you've been alive.
Yes.
But at the same time, are there some cases that are bullshit? Absolutely. And it's those, you'll have 70 good cases and one bullshit case, and that spoils everything. Like they said, the one bad apple, because people look for reasons to say that victims aren't victims.
Yes. No, absolutely.
And so all you need, and especially in a case where it's a man, because people never want to believe that men are victims anyway.
Correct. No, you're absolutely right. And when it comes to this, and
he's black, and he's a hero in the community, and
right. There are circumstances here that we typically don't see. I will say, or to get it clipped, you do it. StreamYard has it now where, depending on your plan, That's how many clips you can get per month. So I can only get 6. But then in order to clip everything, it has to be under 6 hours. It used to be 2 hours. So now they've extended it to 6 hours. But with everything you said, I do agree that we have to see what the end is going to be. And I know that Jonda and Nikki News said that I was doing too much. Listen, I'm not saying if you are a female or a male and you are single and you hire somebody to be an outlet for you on the payroll is not a bad idea. Just make sure that both of y'all are single, okay? All
and
right.
even if you're not, and hell, I'm not going to discriminate. Even if you're not single, if you and your significant other get down like that, and everybody good with it, it's all about consenting adults, whatever your status is. The issue is consenting adults.
Yes.
If you got consenting adults, what you eat don't make me shit.
Right, absolutely. And that's an important part. Significant other, which means you're married, damn it. Have some class distinction and some grace. So you see, even though I'm too much for Warren Precious Lee and giving my last name to people this and that third, you see I have integrity though. Okay,
you're not giving your last name to Sierra because she with Russell and that you. Well,
that's what I'm saying. I have respect. You know why?
Because we know if Sierra was single, you would be giving her your last name, especially with her doing that low dance.
I mean, Sierra Lee has a nice ring to it, but I respect Sierra Wilson much more. So I know where my lanes are, y'all, to drive.
You are a mess, but no. So I agree with you. I think with the Tyler thing, I think that this case has a much better chance of going away. But I also agree with a few others who have said Tyler puts himself in these precarious situations because he will not just embrace what I won't say we know, I will say what people believe about him to be true. And in the other case with those text messages, it's like, dude, anybody who didn't know, I know the grannies don't want to believe it, but at this point, you already made your billion, so you don't need the grannies to believe nothing about you. If the granny's gonna still support you, great. But if the granny's gonna be homophobic and not support you anymore, it doesn't matter. You already made your money off of them when they bought all your plays in the 90s and the early 2000s and went to see all the Medea movies. So if they turn against you now, you good. You still got Oprah.
Yeah.
And you got a whole studio. And your studio is so huge and so well appointed, apparently, that even Marvel filmed part of Wakanda on it. You good, bruh?
Child, I would not be surprised if he has a whole floor at his studio where he can just sleep and shower and everything else since he owned the whole fucking thing.
And
that's
you know what? He earned it. While his work can leave something to be desired a good portion of the time, it is his work. He does actually do it, even if many of us feel like he shouldn't. But it's his work. He does actually do it. He pays people well, which is why they stay loyal to him, even when the work is like, ooh, Lord. And it is what it is. Like, okay, he's having, the Why Did I Get Married Part 3. Should there be a Part 3? No. But he writes big checks, so they're going to come back and do it.
And I'm still...
People are going to go see it. So God bless them.
And Tyler, as Jonda is saying this, we're still going to have a very grown, pissed off, and very heated conversation on why Sheila Lee wasn't the name in this new movie and why the fuck I didn't get my, rundown for Italy. Because I was supposed to be in Italy with Jill Scott. Okay? I was supposed to be. But Tyler, we'll have that conversation.
Exactly, because when dude treated her bad, she should have just came to you.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm here as a solution, damn it.
We gonna forgive Tyler because he didn't know, but now that he should know, we're not gonna forgive him.
Exactly right, and that's besides Jill Scott being Jill Scott Lee, Jill Lee, Miss Lee. If you're
but the bottom line is, I understand it's probably not so much a fear of losing fans. It is a deep rooted, as we know, often happens, especially in our community. It is actually more of a deep rooted, bred internal hatred of one's nature that is bred sadly by the community, the culture, and the church. And we understand that. But bruh, you got enough money to get the best help possible to work through that. And you are intelligent, so I'm sure the same things that I've read and seen and whatever and have access to, you have even more to help you work your way through that. And you are in the artistic community, which is the best community to be in, to be oneself in every way. Literally, of any other community to be in, the arts is it.
Absolutely. Well, with all that being said, no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so bruh, whatever is holding you back, shall we say, if you stop that, people won't keep coming at you, because that's part of this too, because he's being held hostage by himself, which allows people to come at him with this stuff in an almost blackmail-y kind of way.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right.
So,
well, with all that being said, we've been on for 5 hours, 39 minutes, and 53 seconds. I want to thank Just Jonda. Y'all saw her channel, and also too, I dropped the link to Nikki News channel and to Just Jonda's channel. So here's Just Jonda's link right here, and then here's Nikki News link. We talked about a lot. We talked about Tyler Perry and how he needs to handle himself. We talked about Stefon Diggs and the potential implications. We talked about how, it could be, the leads coming soon with me and Precious, and how everything is in the eye of the beholder, where some people may think I'm doing too much. I might be doing just more than enough. We covered a lot.
We will continue to cover a lot. I mean, I know we got a ways to go before the Wendy trial coming up, but remember, I'm right here at the DMV, so I'm definitely trying to keep on my radar, me and a couple of other local content creators to stay I know for me, making sure that I don't schedule court for those days so that I can go to that trial, even though she's so far in the freaking boonies that even though we all still here in the DMV, when I'm at it, it's still gonna take me damn near 2 hours to get to her courthouse.
Right. And when the Wendy trial does happen, let me know when it starts, and I will do coverage of that. But listen, we cover everybody over here.
Oh, absolutely. It's just that in particular, unlike even though I did want to go to Diddy, but it was just too much going on. For me to take a chance going all the way to New York and not getting to the courtroom. But at least with this, even though it's a little bit of a trek, I got some folks that I can bunk with that's like 30 minutes from there to cut my drive down in the morning. So if anything comes up, I will keep you posted. I think they do have a motion or two coming up in January, because I would imagine that once that discovery happens with the rest of those bank records, they're probably going to be back in court, because Wendy's lawyer is probably going to be trying to fight to keep them under seal. Because now that the judge said they could go back 8 years, all of their business is going to be in these streets.
Yes.
Streets with a K.
Yes. Absolutely.
So, but you all, good night. Good
night. Love you, and we will talk soon, my friend. Yes, indeed.
All right. You have a wonderful night. Bye-bye. Yes. Bye-bye, Nikki.
See you soon, gorgeous. Absolutely. Andre Sham, read your comment, then we're going to get on out of here so that we can get this clipped. And so just John can also get this clip too. Christian Keach now this is all alleged, okay? Christian Keach got touched inappropriately in Medea Goes to Jail stage play in Atlanta, Georgia 15 years ago. Christian Keach has access to his cell phone. He did not give any names. Now that is alleged, okay? That is alleged.
That is alleged, and Christian Keys conveniently seemed to go away, but I'm seeing him do very well in a lot of his different projects. So, you know, that to me speaks of, and I'm not hating, because a lawsuit, you know, lawsuit payoff, you know, whatever. So if they work something out, hell, it would be no different than if he had went ahead and filed the suit and settled. So I ain't mad at it.
Absolutely. With that being said, y'all no, absolutely. With that being said, y'all know we do the daily motivator to end our evening editions. So this is basically the last edition for our regular shows. Of course, there will be a daily motivator for New Year's Eve as well. Though no one can go back and make a brand new start, my friend. Anyone can start from now and make a brand new end. That's a word right there from Karl Bard. And with that being said, let's get to the daily motivator for Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. Steady purpose. Go and do. Stop and think. Be willing to make some mistakes. Have sufficient awareness to learn all you can from them. Don't waste your resources. Don't hoard them either. Say what is true, what is necessary, yet do it in a way that is not cruel. Offer kindness. Give the benefit of doubt, but don't allow yourself to be taken advantage of. Live with thoughtfulness, consideration, enthusiasm, and balance. And let a steady purpose push you forward all the time. Ralph Morrison. You know, when it comes to what we do here, sincerely, the steady purpose that I feel that I have within myself is allowing myself to know that I am not defined by anything except me. That's the first thing. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to that comment real quick here. The second thing I would say is offer kindness and give the benefit of the doubt. What you just saw me and John to do for 5 hours is talk about what needed to be said, but we also had tact with it. You know what I mean? And I think sometimes people think that when you give tact, that doesn't mean you have any personality, which is not true. Okay. I said Precious Lee is my wife, and that's not even true. So but it was within a reasonable amount where it's like, okay, it's not going to come back to bite me. So offer kindness and give benefit of the doubt, but also to get the benefit of the doubt, you have to give energy that is worth investing in. And finally, live with thoughtfulness, consideration, enthusiasm, and balance. If you are not balanced within yourself, you're not going to be excited about anything. If you're not going to be excited about anything, then you're not going to have consideration for anything. If you're not going to have consideration for anything, then you're not going to have thoughtfulness for anything. So those are the 3 points there. Andre Shannon says, I wrote Sierra's Goodies album. She paid me well. We graduated from Riverdale High School in 2003, Clayton County, Georgia. Well, listen, much love to you. I'm about to get off of here, but the next time I'm live, which is New Year's Eve, come back through and we'll talk and everything else. With that being said, I want to thank just John for being here, Nikki News for being here, Andre Shan for being here, everybody for being here. So with that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you want more special, because you are always born a blessing and trust. You may not be where you want to be, but by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why is one thing to call yourself? It's not chosen. One love, much love, all love. We have spent time with you. You have spent time with us. And hopefully by spending time together, we're great to go. And always remember, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or maybe you're just recognizing that, hey, maybe who you texting and maybe how you handling business determines how you may or may not get business. Make sure the replay is not just ready for you to watch it, not just ready for you to listen to it, but if you want to experience it again. We love you, we value, we embrace you all. Always remember, in order to see love, you gotta give, in order to see love, you gotta give, in order to see love, you gotta give it. Wherever obstacles you overcome, where successes you have achieved upon this particular day, we're extremely proud of you, but no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Now, far be it from me to ask for nothing crazy to happen, but we are in the world that we're in. You may not be able to control the crazy that's happening tomorrow, but you can control you not contributing to it. So if you know that there are people in your life that want you to act a fool on New Year's Eve and you know they're no good, stay your ass at home. Life is too damn short for your world to be fucked up because somebody doesn't have their world together. Let me say that 2 more times. Your world is too valuable to fuck up your world because they ain't got their world together. Your world is too valuable to fuck up because they ain't got their world together. Commercial break and fireworks coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's to come, and for the blessings that are on the way for you and all of us as a society, as a people, as a culture. We feel the love, and we're sending it right back to you. Tomorrow night, New Year's Eve, I should be live at 8 o'clock. Stay tuned to your notification. Bye, everybody. Much love. Bye-bye.
I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, You ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now, they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should
prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content.
Child Bradley over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Bradley over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Bradley over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child Bradley over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time.